within your file folders, we have the concept specifically for this. Go through that concept, pick key points that will help us in the discussions that are forthcoming. Thank you so much. All right. Once again, I just wanted to take note of who is in the house. Again, we have a team from the World Bank. They are around. The team from IFAD. Narrow team again. May I see, we expected about 5 participants from Narrow, including the DG. Narrow, by show of hand, 1. We may have to skip. We have to start this. According to our agenda, we should have started by 9, and it's already 9:30. The team from Ilri. Yes, thank you, thank you. I think Ilri is fully represented according to our invite. The team from academia, Makerere University, they are about 3. Academia 1, yes, thank you. Okay, thank you, you are around. Maif, again, they are about 2, 3 in the house. Ministry of Finance, there is a participant, has not yet arrived. Ministry of Water and Environment, we have invited about 2 participants. Water and Environment, wow, the Water and Environment has the mandate, the national mandate to do the monitoring of the NDCs. Shall try to follow up with Water and Environment. A team from UBOS, Bureau of Statistics. Wow. A National Planning Authority, we have at least a representative. And yes, where is the National Planning Authority? We have the private sector. Private sector, we have Biogas Solutions Uganda, representatives from Biogas Solutions Uganda. Yes, thank you for coming. We also have consultants in the house. We have some farmer associations represented by Uganda Meat Cooperative Union. A representative from Uganda Meat Cooperative. We also have a team from, of course, Climate Smart, who are here. District team, there are 5 representatives. May I see by show of hand? Fully represented, 1, 2. I saw about 5 of you in the morning. Most welcome. And then we have a team from NAGRIC. These are the agencies that we work with. And I think at this moment we have a representation of above 60%. And we call it a quorum. A quorum that can make decisions, a quorum that can discuss. So as we mobilize for the rest to come, I want to take this opportunity as the program leader of today to invite all of us to take the front empty seats. Can we take these front seats? Then the latecomers will come and take the other one. May I give a minute? Yes, thank you so much. So therefore, allow me in 1 or 2 minutes to welcome all of you. I want to welcome all of you in this program that we are going to discuss aspects about establishment of MRV frameworks on the emission sources under the livestock intervention. Our program, all of us have the program. And the program has 2 days. Day 1, which is today the 7th, will be running up to 4 o'clock. Day 2, on 8th, starting tomorrow, same time, and then we depart. So therefore, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you officially into the workshop. I know most of you have traveled locally, abroad, internationally. You have come into this workshop to listen and also to give your input and provide your insights towards this. So we don't take this for granted. I want to say again, welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, this workshop is organized for us to provide our understanding, for us to bring different knowledge, lessons from the various institutions that we are coming from, so that we have a robust MRV system for livestock that is void, that is at least not stretched so much with gaps. So each of you who has been invited to deliberate on a different session, you have come with different lessons from those specific institutions. So on that note, therefore, want to open this with a word of prayer. Then after, we get into our program, and our TTL, the task team leader of Uganda Climate Smart, Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project, will open or give opening remarks towards this workshop. So as she starts, I want a volunteer to help us. And at least we are coming from Easter, and most of us have resurrected with Jesus Christ. All of us were called new because we were washed by the blood. For my colleagues in the other side of the Muslim, you went ahead of Christians because you celebrated your Eid 10 days before. So we are within the same. So on that note, I want to invite the volunteer. Dezu, where are you? Dezu will take us through and bless this meeting that we are going to start. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Let's humble ourselves and pray. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here today. We thank you for each and every one that has made it here today. We thank you for the journey mercies that you've granted them, and we pray for all those that are still on their way here to reach here safely. We pray that the deliberations for the day will be successful, and that we may achieve whatever we have set out to do in this workshop. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Amen. For those who are Catholics, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. For the rest of us, we say Amen. For the Muslims, Amen. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to join our hands as the TTL prepares to give us the opening remarks towards this workshop. I am called Emmanuel Robert Odeng, and I work with the Ministry of Agriculture and More Industry under the project of Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project. I know there is a task that I was supposed to have done to know who is in the house, but I've been mentioning by institution. Probably, if we allow, based on our time, we can use 5 minutes for us to know who is in the house as TTL prepares. Is that okay? No. So, therefore, when we are giving maybe our remarks or we are giving our points, we'll be introducing ourselves. That's the best way we can do for us to know who is in the house. So at this juncture, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, join me as we invite TTL, Madam Amin, to give us opening remarks. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming and creating a critical mass for starting less than 1 hour late for the meeting. So, and congratulations to Erie for being all together on time. Thanks a lot. I think we are all going to benefit from your technical expertise. Um, so I think I will keep my remarks very short because we really want to have it as this less formality, more technical discussions. Most of the colleagues here are experts in a field. We know that the agriculture in Uganda is accounting up to 27% of total national emissions. The livestock is one of the major sources of greenhouse gas emissions, with the cattle leading the emissions. Up over 65% of the sector are coming from the cattle, mainly driven by low productivity and poor feed quality. Also, when you look on a global level, the emissions intensities are much higher in Uganda compared to the global averages. So there's a lot of work to do. Under Climate Smart Transformation Project, we have a target that the project needs to develop an MRV system. But for us, it's not just a simple target. It's something that I think will have an impact beyond the project itself. And we hope that this initial workshop will contribute to the national MRV system development that later can be used also for NDC's reporting purposes and inform the policies. We know that this activity did not start just today. Many organizations were working already on emissions calculations, on moving to the tier 2 factor, developing initial framework for MRV systems. So we're here also happy that the partners joined to share their lessons learned and the initial findings. So in a consolidated manner, we can build on it and come up by the end of the workshop with a better vision of moving forward. I will stop here, and I'm really looking forward to these very detailed technical discussions. We are a small group, so hopefully it will allow us to have these dynamic and open discussions as well. And I will give over to you back, Emmanuel, so you can go to session 1. And again, thanks a lot for your participation, and hopefully we will have full 2 days without people disappearing by the day 2. Over to you, Emmanuel.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause. TTL has given a background, has given the content and the trends of emissions within Uganda and globally. So you can see, for those who have been practitioners, yes, Uganda globally seem to be slowly heading there, but nationally, we are moving beyond. So when you look at the statistics in terms of the emission, we are heading far. So we need to check, we need to mitigate, we need to find ways how we quantify what emissions that are generated in the country. So on that note, therefore, we are going straight away to start with our first session. And this session is on the context, the policy alignments, the frameworks regarding the emissions, but also above all, what does the project Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation have to say about the livestock emission, the sources, what arrangements are there in order for us to mitigate this, and therefore, what is the relevance of the implementation of the livestock MRV within the context of the project. So at this juncture, I want to invite the first presenter that will give us those details, the sources, the background, what we aim at, and a person that has been part and parcel of the design of the project, and also to see that this establishment takes shape. And this is Dr. John Ilukor. You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Colleagues from ILRI, welcome to Uganda. Our colleague from Kenya, the government of Kenya, Karibuni. Colleagues from MAIF, local governments, and other MDS, welcome to this workshop. Can we present my presentation? So yeah, I'm going to give you a context on where this workshop sits and what we intend to achieve. And I'm hoping that this will help us develop a very good roadmap for the MRV for the Uganda Climate Smart Project, but also take us through the national. And we have invited colleagues here strategically for that purpose, to be able to achieve all those two. So this is the main objective of our work program. The engagement today is to really take stock of a data set that the governance and identify system that will work, and intervention methodologies that we'll be using, and also get the expertise and be able to define institutional roles or individual roles, especially in this work program. The second is define the appropriate MRV objective for the Climate Smart Project and related projects within MAIF, because I think there are many projects within MAIF that are running, and I think one of the projects coming really from IFAD, and I know colleagues from IFAD will be coming here. And then, of course, identify gaps in the development of MRV, data governance, but also its regional technical expertise. And like the TTL said, we hope that this would lay a foundation for establishment of the national MRV for the country. And I think we have Dr. Celestine and team that have been working on this. Getting to the project, the PDO, I think this you see from Delivered, and I think productivity is key, access to is key, and also the target is 50% increase. And we know that some of this intervention help in increasing productivity, but also marketed volumes. In terms of resilience, we are looking at the objective is really to ensure for the SLM work program, we know it's 153,000 hectares of land should be under sustainable land management. And like the MC said, some of the work program here is something that we'll be tracking and following. Now, when we get to livestock, but also part of this hectares are supposed to be under pastures. And intentionally for pastures, we have the livestock team, I think Dr. Waneka is around. The livestock team is determined to make sure that 70,938 hectares of land will be subjected to pastures by livestock farmers. And this is coming from the 2 hectares that they are going to be cultivating, but also, I think they also have about 10 hectares per district at minimum. And then we have some bit of that going to grazing land management. So the thing is, in Uganda, pasture growing has been a very limited activity. People think pasture, you just buy the animal, graze, the grass will grow. And based on the UBO statistics, only 1% of the farmers, less than 1% of the farmers are actually cultivating pastures. But this is going to change because of the project, and this is what the project is working to. The promises in carbon sequestration, he said, in the project, you said we tend to sequester about 231,499 tons of carbon annually based on the project intervention. And at the end of the project, we expect about 6.6 million tons of carbon sequestered during the project lifetime. In terms of emission, we expect to abate, and this is what we have in the target of the project, about 265, 9 tons of methane over the project lifetime. Now, some of these figures, that's why you have the experts here. We want to know if we are very ambitious from the interventions we are putting in, or we are okay, or we are not very ambitious, we are pessimistic in our targeting. Again, in terms of target numbers of livestock farmers, specifically for livestock, we are targeting about 162,000 livestock farmers directly and 342,000 livestock farmers indirectly. So I want these figures to come out so that when we're discussing, we know where we're heading and what we're dealing with. That's our target in terms of farmers in the project. Now, we're hoping that some of our activities or some of our services will go beyond the target beneficiary that we're having, given the work program that we're having, and we think there's probably spillover effect in the delivery of our service. The project has 5 components, and probably much of our work program in the project is in 3 components, 1, 2, and 3. And then 4 is contingency, issue that we put doesn't have money, and 5 is the coordination and management. So the first one is certainly climate smart agricultural research, seed, and climatic information. And seed also refers to the seed for livestock. And then promoting adoption of climate smart agricultural technologies. Here we see promotion of climate smart livestock practices. Then market development and linkages to selected value chains, specifically for here in livestock, our focus is on dairy and beef. And we'll know why probably dairy and beef is important later. Okay, next. So these are the activities that we focus on. The first one, this is basically accompanying the first component. So we are looking at supporting climate smart agricultural research. So the community grants that NARO is handling, and there's a bit of work going on, and I'm sure some of the colleagues here, I don't know whether Abbas is here, is benefiting from this grant. And then building competitive systems, competitive and sustainable systems. One, what we are looking is rehabilitating and equipping the national bull stud and semen evaluation center in Nagrik, because Nagrik has been is a source of semen for Uganda, most of the semen that we get. But of course, you have other private sectors that are also participating in this. But we wanted to make sure that the bull stud is okay. Revamping and restocking livestock breeding and production infrastructure, Nagrik, Maruzi, and Rubona. These are the key areas. In fact, an Agric team is here. I don't know whether it's arrived or not, but that's the work program that's going under the work on Agric. And there we also procure some of the animals, improve the pastures, the feeding. That's in the research setting. And these are multiplication centers, essential for farmers. And this is where the work program goes. So we're also doing ensuring access to quality animal breeding stock, within the seed system being able to roll to the local governments. Establishing pasture fields, fodder banks. These are separate from what I said before. Like this is specifically for the animals in these centers. We also established AI sub-centers at the district to ensure easy access to semen and liquid nitrogen. And I think, Dr. Kimoro, we always brag that, you can disagree with us, that we brag that Uganda has probably the biggest liquid nitrogen producing facility in East Africa. And maybe we're underutilizing it, that's the problem. But we have it in Entebbe, and it's a good one, and we want this to be transported up to the local governments, and then our extension officers are able to access this there. This is the idea, and it's moving on quite well. We're equipping these AI seminators and training them under Nagrik, and they have a training center in Western Uganda. And this is what we are working on, and making sure that the training center is also in shape. We also have a bit of collaboration here because we see the training of the AI disseminators as a jobs element, and we want to create more jobs here in terms of having more inseminators across the district, across the country in different local governments, supporting and working together with the extension officers. So in agroclimatic is where today's work is embedded in, where we're saying we want to establish an MRV system. Here, it is not just for livestock, but also for the carbon. But the idea is that today we are focusing on livestock, and we'll also have a work program on the soils. But here, also in this work, we try to support weather information systems. We are procuring 37 weather information systems, rehabilitating about 37 weather information systems that have been collapsing, and we are buying different equipment to make sure that they are functional. And the other thing that is working there in terms of weather systems is there to make sure that we have a common brand of weather stations. In terms of your capacity, again, for research, building laboratories, these are key things we are looking at and equipping them, and operationalizing some of the regional distributed laboratories. And this is a key element that we are working with. Next. In the productivity enhancements, we are providing matching grants to farmers. And farmers are doing a contribution of 20% for all these services. In livestock, I know probably I've not finished all of them, but we have livestock dairy specifically focused on jerseys. And again, Dr. Kimoro, we hear that in Kenya, we have finished all your jerseys. So we are worried we shall go, but we'll discuss that and help us with the breed associations which are there so that the people are able to access this. But then, of course, we have beef animals where we have, of course, we do a Papa Chaiwal, Borans, Brahmans. These are kind of animals that we are looking for to promote in the project. And our private sector says at least they have the semen, and then they should be able to provide us that. AI services and finishing bulls, we are giving for the details. I want to skip the details in terms of animals, but each group will receive about 3 dairy animals, and we want them to be able to take this as a demo center, and then whatever they do, they replicate in their farms, and there's a big, I'm sure my colleagues from livestock will be able to explain that. For beef animals, the focus is really AI, and we are looking at having each farmer receiving servicing about 10 animals at once, and then second year, 10 animals. That means 20 animals by the end of the project, but also with the finishing bulls. So this is really the focus of the beef. Animal feed improvement and water, these are key, and we did some analysis showing you which kind of water is probably important. Veterinary services, the focus here is vaccination, and it's also one of the key elements that we think is critical for also reducing emissions. Management of cattle manure and grazing lands and fire control, especially for the savanna grazing lands that we have in the country. So this is some of the things we intend to intervene in. Of course, fire control is not something that they will get through matching grants. Fire control is something that we take through extension and SLM work program. And I think the team has completed all sub-regions in terms of assessing degraded areas and what they can do there. So the livestock. So this is something I thought to share with you. Look at beef and where we're coming from. And I think we've been focusing so much on dairy as a country, but beef is actually probably a threat for us in terms of emissions. And I think everybody is waking up and it's beginning to run into livestock farming. And I can tell you, Western Uganda, Northern Uganda, Northeastern specifically, people are buying a lot of acres of land and are doing a lot of beef work. And We're also having a threat coming from migration that we see much of our cattle from southwestern Uganda is heading to either north or northeastern. And of course, we see the conflict come from there. And I think this is something that we, in our discussion, and we really want to help, if you really have to track and get the MRF system, you need to do something. Of course, there they're coming in, they are then goats, sheep. We had other figures, pigs and chicken, those ones are not there, but because they are very small. But the key areas for us are beef, milk, goats. Then cereals combined, yeah, but we do a lot of work on probably cereals, but I think we need to pay attention to the growing sector that we are having as a country. That one? So here, in terms of the processes in agriculture that we were looking at, I think the key one is enteric fermentation, and again, we know where it comes from. It's because of the livestock works and the cattle. So this is where we see that coming. And then, of course, agro-food system waste. All of us know what's happening in terms of food system waste in the country. As we increase, try to commercialize, try to do much of work in agriculture, we're also getting a lot of waste. And I think these are the things that are coming. In terms of fires, I think, I don't know what's driving slightly the reduction in the fires and across the country. I don't know what's driving that, but I think it could be the issue that population has increased, people are expanding and encroaching those lands and becoming homes. So burning is not really getting into, it's reducing. But I think we need to watch the two things that are key for us here is enteric fermentation, agro-food system waste, and then probably manure is creeping up, but I know given the figure that we have, those are the things that we need to pay attention to. So I needed just to put that there because I think the work program also looks at that in terms of kilotons. Okay, I think this is the last presentation, last slide, can we go? Yeah, so now our objective under climate smart then definitely is setting up a system for that gets accurate, transparent, constant framework to track greenhouse gas emissions and remove us from the project livestock investments that we have discussed, or that I've just highlighted above. We have those investments. An idea is, if they're helping us in increasing productivity, we want to verify what is, we think that this is probably a better practice than other is true, and see, and link it to how much methane we're actually able to abet, and provide robust data needed to assess international climate, accessing financing where possible. If this is something that we are also hoping, and that's why you need the person from finance, Ministry of Finance to do this. So this is really what we're interested in to achieve from this MRV system. And I think this should be the last slide that I have. Can I have the next one? Thank you very much. I'll end here. Emma?
Yes, another round of applause, Doctor. Yes.
I don't know whether there are questions, clarifications.
I think we have a session. Okay, thank you. If you have questions, some clarifications, please note down. After the second presenter, we shall open up the floor. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard part of the implementation arrangement, the objectives, what the project intends to do. And this is the eye-opener for us to note whether the outputs, whether the outcomes there are ambitious, or we can scale them down. Otherwise, on that note, I want to invite the second presenter, who is going to take us through specifically the methodology under IPPC and how we are transiting from the default tier 1 to tier 2 and probably to tier 3 within the implementation of the IPCC. Ladies and gentlemen, join me. We invite Dr. Emmanuel Ziwa to take us through these methodologies. Thank you so much. Doctor, you're most welcome.
Good morning to you all. Just waiting for our technical team to upload my presentation. I'm Emmanuel Ziwa. I work with FAO Uganda in the climate change team, where I'm the team leader in the climate change team of FAO Uganda. So I'm here to present about IPCC methodologies and the transitioning from tier 1 to tier 2 of the methods used in measurement or estimating greenhouse gases. Just to recap about the livestock sector in the country, its importance. We are all aware of some of these metrics about livestock. It is a critical sector in the country, food security, but also in agriculture and broader economic development. I think not only in Uganda, but we may say in many developing countries, at times livestock is not even only food. And livestock is not only about economic development, but livestock has a lot of uses in our communities. There are communities which have, actually there are so many livestock keeping communities in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, where people who produce a lot of livestock can actually take more time or spend more days in a year without consuming livestock products. And there are some communities in Uganda where we have a saying that those who own cattle do not own the milk, and those who are the owners of milk are not owners of cattle, because we have communities where someone is just interested in the number of animals and interests is had to someone to take care and benefits from all the products. So long as you report about the number of animals in the herd, that is what some people want. And this is why the saying that those who own animals do not own milk. And these aspects complicate our livestock production systems, complicate our cattle production systems, for example, and have far-reaching consequences when it comes to measurements, reporting about the greenhouse gas emissions that are associated with the cattle production or livestock production under these contexts. When we look at this measurement of greenhouse gases and coming to livestock sector, we have different levels of understanding how much of the greenhouse gases we are emitting or we can account for. And these levels are tiers from tier 1 up to tier 3. So the level of complexity increases as we move from level 1 up to level 3. But also accuracy increases as we move from level 1 to level 3. At times we say complexity increases, but uncertainties decrease as we move from tier 1 to tier 3. So briefly, in tier 1, which is the simplest method, it does not require a lot of data, neither a lot of effort. So the IPCC already provides default values. So they tell us that per livestock unit in a given country or a given region, each animal is estimated to produce either, let's say, 1 gram of greenhouse gas annually. So you just move on to multiply how many animals you have times the emission factor that is provided. In this system of measurement, we only find, or we note that reductions, for example, in greenhouse gas emissions can only be obtained when you reduce numbers of animals. Because they have told you, you just get your number of animals, multiply by the emission factor, and you get how much greenhouse gas that you emit. Therefore, reducing emissions can only be achieved when you reduce animal numbers. But we have said in some communities, animals are not only about food, animals are not only about money, they perform other functions in the communities. So when you reduce animal numbers, because you have noted that a lot of greenhouse gases are emitted, what about for the functions that require animal numbers? We have communities in Uganda where your dowry is paid in terms of animal numbers. You pay 100 cattle as dowry to get married. Now, when you reduce these animal numbers because of greenhouse gases, how will the community, the society also get to understand that animal numbers in the country have been reduced because of emissions? And therefore, we have to reduce on the dowry that we ask. So things are not matching up. I remember in 2010, there is a conference I attended, but the organizers made it clear that in that conference they are not going to serve us any animal product. Reason? Because animals are emitters of greenhouse gases. So by then, we were all depending on tier 1. Just multiply the number of animals you have with the emission factor. This is the amount of greenhouse gas you emit. Either you reduce the animals or remove animals from the production systems to lower your greenhouse gas emissions. But moving from this scenario and the understanding of the value of animals, can we do away with the animals, or there are some methods that we can use to reduce methane emissions, greenhouse gas emissions from livestock, such that we can continue living with the animals in a way that they are not degrading the environment. And this is what brought us to other methods of assessment, tier 2 and tier 3. Now, these tiers require more data, and the information can even go to country specific. But the advantages of these levels is that we can reduce emissions through management practices, and you can track how much a given management practice has contributed to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in your livestock sector. And this, starting from tier 2, this is what becomes relevant to policymakers, and also to development and development partners. This is where we start as researchers and partners in development to say if we increase or we improve the breeds, we are going to increase productivity and we shall reduce emission intensity per kilogram of product that we have. This is why we need these complicated levels of greenhouse gas assessments in our sectors. Now, Tier 3 is more complex. It uses models, it uses direct measurements. For example, use of methane chambers in livestock, in cattle, in goats and sheep, such that you can capture everything that the animal emits. Now, this is definitely more complex, more expensive, and at times, to use going towards Tier 3, it means that after categorizing all your animals, what they eat, you conduct these experiments for each category of animal. So there is no estimation. And these levels inform us on what we need to do such that we can either rebuttal the narrative that livestock are total emitters and nothing can be done in the animal sector apart from reducing animal numbers. The only way to reverse that narrative is when we can conduct some measurements, increase data and information that is needed at country level or even at regional level within some countries where there is diverseness in production systems, diverseness in breeds, diverseness in feed availability, such that we can come up with representative greenhouse gas emissions from the livestock sector. There are some studies where Tier 2 methods, for example, have been used to check whether the initial estimates given under Tier 1 were accurate, or to understand whether the two can be used without too much error. Studies that were conducted in about 63 countries showed that in 48 countries, showed that out of these 48 countries, 40 countries, Tier 2 methods had higher emissions per animal compared to Tier 1. It was only in 8 countries where Tier 2 was less than Tier 1. Now this has implications, especially when we understand that livestock is a major contributor of greenhouse gases in a country, and we need to report about what we are doing to lower greenhouse gas emissions from each sector. Because the moment you are using estimations under Tier 1, you will only report reduction when you have reduced numbers. But also, if you have used the Tier 1 as your baseline, and you don't conduct Tier 2 to provide you with more actual estimation of what is taking place, it will mean that your efforts that you do may either indicate that you have not done anything in terms of reducing, or they can indicate that your methods, improved management methods, have just increased emissions. And this is why we need to understand that. Now, when we go to Tier 2 approaches, there are several benefits. The more accurate estimation of emissions, better reflection of national circumstances, and the actual production systems within a country. Now, as I said, we have countries which have almost a uniform production system. And we have countries where production systems are variable. When you go to countries like Ethiopia, there is a lot of using crop residues, the agropastoral systems. The feeding of animals from day 1 up to day 365 in a year in some systems in Ethiopia is almost the same. The feed availability and the quantities that are offered to animals. Now, there are also some countries like Uganda where even the animals under the same production system, if we say grazing system or pastoral systems, the animals in Karamoja are accessing completely different feed resources from animals in Central Cattle Corridor. And they are accessing completely different feed resources to animals in southwestern Uganda, either in terms of forage species availability, in terms of the quality of this feed that is available, and also in terms of variability of these feed resources throughout the year. Now, if you have a country where even by region there is a lot of variation in what is available, there is a lot of variation in the quality of what is available, and also the times when this is available, then the use of tier 2 becomes more important. Then better capture of changes in emissions, in emission intensity due to increasing productivity. I talked about this earlier. If we have changes in management practices, we can easily understand this change, what this change has brought on greenhouse gas emissions under the tier 2 methodology and tier 3. Then providing more detail on production systems, which information can be used to identify a wide range of mitigation options in the livestock sector. And then supporting the measurements, reporting, and verification of mitigation actions and the NDCs. Now, the IPCC gives us guidelines in how we can assess national greenhouse gas inventories. And the livestock sector is accounted for under the agriculture, forestry, and land use module, which is volume 4 of IPCC. There are different chapters on this, and when you come here, we look at the overview, the description of sources, methodological issues, choice of methods, choice of emission factors, choice of activity data, completeness, consistent time series, uncertainty assessment, and then some questions and answer in this module of national greenhouse gas inventories, agriculture, forestry, and land use. Controller, if you, this number 10 is where we have emissions from livestock and manure management. Proceed. What we have included in this sector, we have livestock, which are included as 3A at the livestock sector, and we have 2 pathways for emissions from the livestock sector. The first pathway is enteric fermentation, and the second pathway is manure management. So these are other emissions from the agriculture, forestry, and land use change. When we come to livestock emissions, from enteric fermentation, we basically have methane as the greenhouse gas of interest there, And from manure management, we have nitrous oxide, and we also have methane. Definitely, we know about how our animals produce methane from the digestion systems of ruminants. And the amount of methane is dependent on many things: the livestock type, the characteristics of production, and also the characteristics of the animals themselves. And we shall look at a table where we have categories or characteristics of livestock. Even within the same type, if we say cattle, different cattle will have different emissions. Now, moving from tier 1 to tier 2, we are not saying that everyone cannot use tier 1 methodology. Tier 1 methodology can be important also, especially to countries which have not made any effort in reporting about emissions from livestock. And also for countries where the livestock subsector is estimated to contribute an insignificant amount of greenhouse gas emissions. If you are in that category, then maybe you don't need to invest a lot in actual measurements under tier 2 and tier 3, because your emissions from livestock sector is very small. Now, when it comes to a country like Uganda, where we estimate that emissions from livestock contribute up to 19%. I think some literature said 20%, some 19%, but about 19 to 20% of greenhouse gas emissions in Uganda is from livestock sector, and mostly from cattle. This is a significant contribution, and therefore in such countries we need to progress from tier 1. So we find that under tier 1, we basically need categorization of livestock species, where we need to have just a list of livestock populations, and we use the default values provided by IPCC. So we just list about numbers of dairy cattle, other cattle, buffalo, sheep, goats, camels, and all other categories that are relevant to a given country. For example, in Uganda, there are some animals that we have in very, let's say, insignificant numbers, although they can emit, but maybe the numbers are so insignificant and we may not labor so much listing them when we are doing estimations or calculations of greenhouse gas emissions. Now we look at cattle populations, where we get official data from, in Uganda, we have MAIF and we have UBOS. So in the most, where we are looking at these estimations, we have to quote either MAIF or UBOS to qualify our statistic. Then annual average populations are estimated, and this can be done in various ways, depending also on available data and the nature of the animal population. There are some animals which have more or less a static population. For example, dairy cattle, countries which have a lot of dairy animals have more or less of a static population, because a dairy farmer may not need to increase animal numbers every year to reach production goals, but can increase performance metrics and management practices to reach the farm goals. And then we also have animals where the population keeps on growing, especially depending on the demand for the livestock product. If you are dealing with beef, when the demand for beef increases, most likely, first thing is thinking about animal numbers, because for beef we harvest the animal, not collecting a product from the animal at a time. This is one of the methods that is used to estimate annual average population. where we use number of days alive times number of animals produced annually over 365 days. So this is one of the formulas that can be used to estimate the number of animals annually in a country. There are also other methods to do that. There are some countries which already know the percentage increase in animal population is annually, and they just use that to estimate number of animals. Now, method 2, which is tier 2, the choice, there is, we need livestock characterization data, which is needed to support emission estimates. Because in tier 2, we said we need somehow more data. Tier 2 methodology is basically estimated depending on the number, the energy that the animal takes in, gross energy. So what we need to do is that we need to classify livestock populations into subcategories for each species. This can be according to age, according to type, according to sex, and some other categories that we know influence feed intake in a given type of animal. And as feed intake is influenced, then the amount of methane from enteric emissions will be different, and also manure output will be different because of this, and the quality of manure will be different, hence emitting more methane. Yes, now generally under tier 2, data on average daily feed intake is not available in so many countries, especially developing countries. And particularly, it becomes worse when it comes to the grazing livestock. And what does this tell us? That we need to collect a lot of data for estimating the feed intake for each representative animal category. And I'm going to use this slide to discuss also what we need to do as Uganda, as we want to move from tier 1 to tier 2 categorization and assessment of greenhouse gas emissions from livestock, because this is where we find challenges as a country as of now. Remember, we said when we move from tier 1 to tier 2, we use a lot of actual data, we minimize estimations such that we want to minimize uncertainties. But here comes a situation where some data is not available, and we end up estimating the data that we want to use to provide accurate calculations of the greenhouse gases from our livestock. At times, the estimate starts from even the livestock population that we have. When we move from that, the challenges, on that previous slide, because I'm doing a lot of explanations here. Among the things that we need to collect for accurate estimation or improving accuracy in the calculation of greenhouse gases under tier 2 include live weight. It is a problem in Uganda. I think our colleagues along the value chain, the butchers, have a more accurate estimation of weight than scientists. The butcher guys can come to your farm, look at the animal and say this one has about 400 kilos live weight. And actually you put it on a weight scale, it may be 400 plus or minus 5. When you come to the scientists and say estimate this animal, or how many kilos do you think this animal has, this is when we shall get the heart girth with its problems of whether the animal has a hump or the animal does not have a hump. So there is a lot of estimation. And now this takes us back to the inaccuracies in tier 1. Because under tier 1, you just say how many animals do you have in Uganda. And you say 14 million cattle. Then 14 million cattle multiply by this emission factor. But when actually the cattle we have in western Uganda, southwestern Uganda, and up to the Central Cattle Corridor are very different from the cattle we have in Karamoja or other parts in eastern Uganda. Then average weight gain per day, this also becomes a challenge. At times what we do is to estimate per year. You take a measurement of the animal when the year starts and when the year is ending. And in some communities, you will find that the animal has actually lost weight. When you take weight differences at the start and end of the year. Because there are some seasons where the animal will gain, there are some seasons where the animal will lose. Also the dairy animal may become difficult for the dairy animal to gain during the period of lactation. So we have these challenges. How accurate can we fix this? The feeding situations, confined, grazing, and pasture conditions. At times this brings us to the production systems we have in the country, where we normally categorize our production systems into pastoral, agropastoral, transhumance, semi-transhumance, and then semi-intensive tethering. There are so many production systems in Uganda. But when we look at the guidelines of IPCC, if we are to have accurate calculations of emissions from livestock, we have now guidelines in categorizing production systems into 3 that may be applicable to everywhere in the world. We can either say this is a pasture-based production system, agropastoral, and then what they call landless or industrial. Pasture-based, for example, you find someone whether the person moves from one place to another without a permanent base, a nomadic pastoralist, and a person who has a fixed farm, but without supplementation and without use of crop residues. The two, for the animal is just eating pasture, isn't it? So when you categorize your production systems and you give so many subcategories, it complicates your life in transiting to tier 2. Because someone will say, in Karamoja there is pastoralism, then there is agropastoralism in central, then there is transhumance and so on. But when you look at what does the animal harvest from the environment, it is only pasture. Then we move on to another system where we say agropastoral should be where crop residues are forming at least 10% of the diet. I think in Uganda, colleagues, you can agree with me that there are many systems which we are currently categorizing as agropastoralism, but when actually it is not agropastoralism, where we just base on a farmer has both animals and grows crops, and we say this is agropastoralism. But when the animal has nothing to do with the crops grown, the farmer grows maize, harvests the maize, the animals will never taste a maize leaf. The animals will never taste even a maize bran. But then we come on and say this is agropastoral because we have found people grow crops and also keep animals. But does the animal eat on any of those crops? If no, that is still a pasture-based system. Because the more you want to categorize, the more you are going to complicate your life as you move to tier 2. And then the landless or the industrial, where we say the highest proportion or more than 10% of the feed that the animal eats is not produced within that animal environment. You buy maize bran, or you dedicate a piece of land to produce soya, to produce maize, to produce whatever, and bring it to the animal. Now, these three categories can give a more accurate basis of transiting to tier 2 than when we stick to our traditional categorization of nomadic pastoralism, transhumance, agropastoralism, tethering, and so on. Kindly still back on that slide, because it is where I'm actually summarizing the limitations we have as we transit from tier 1 to tier 2. We need accurate measurements of milk production per day and the fat content. You may find that still in our environments, even farmers at the end of the day end up estimating how much milk that is produced. Fat content also changes even by season. We understand that there are production systems where a farmer knows how much of each type of feed that is given to the animal, and there is consistency in milk production and even the quality of milk. Do we have this in Uganda? If not, as we transition from tier 1 to tier 2, how do we fix this data set? Average amount of work performed per day. This applies in areas where we have work animals, but I think in Uganda, the number of work animals is reducing by time. Then the percentage of females that give birth in a year, number of offsprings, and feed digestibility. We also have issues here in understanding feed digestibility. Yet feed and energy that the animal gets from the feed eaten is what comprises of the tier 2 methodology. Now, most of us who have attempted to calculate greenhouse gas emissions from our livestock sector using tier 2, at times we even end up estimating feed digestibility. Now, we want to increase accuracy, but you are estimating something that you want to use to increase accuracy. Because our feeds, as I said, what we have in Karamoja is different from what we have in Nakasongola, is different from what we have in Sembabule, is different from what is in Isingiro. Now, at times we go into literature and we search literature who did feed digestibility, gross energy in Karamoja. We get that result and subject it to either the national herd or to the animals in Karamoja. But the person even who did feed digestibility in Karamoja might have done it in one season. So, how best can we get accurate results concerning feed digestibility? There is a textbook. I think Dr. Katongole, you were part of the authors, the East African Feed Tables, which was developed by Asareka in 2014, 2015, where we tried to look at all the feed resources in East Africa and conduct chemical analysis, nutrient composition of the different feed resources in East Africa, such that a person in Burundi may not need to do fresh laboratory assessments on bracharia, fresh laboratory assessments on Napier grass to understand the feed nutrient composition and digestibility. But still, the challenges that we have with a grazing animal, that a grazing animal is not going only to eat bracharia or Napier grass. It corrects. What it corrects, we don't know. But we are happy that some researchers in different institutions, Makerere University, IRIRI, are doing a lot regarding what the grazing animal collects and how digestible this is. I talked about the production system, the pasture-based, agro-pastoral, and landless. So I'm not repeating here. May you, next slide, please. Now, these are some of the categories and subdivisions we have in livestock as we move from tier 1 to tier 2. Tier 1, as we said, it is about livestock numbers, how many cattle, how many goats, what is the emission factor per animal, and you get your result. Tier 2, we move on. Under cattle, we have the dairy cattle, and we have other cattle. Subcategories, mature dairy cattle, and then there are also subdivisions, those which produce more milk than others, the high producers and low producers, because the more milk the animal produces, the more feed intake the animal has taken in, regardless of the breed. Now, when it comes to Uganda, we need to also get consensus as we develop the livestock MRV. How can we categorize our animals? Is it true that all Ankole cattle, for example, are under other, or some of them are under dairy cattle? If we have communities where people are reporting Ankole cattle producing up to 8 liters or 10 liters of milk per day, morning and evening, maybe 6 in the morning, 4 in the evening, up to 10, should we say this animal, because it is indigenous, is not a dairy animal, or it qualifies to be under dairy, but not producing cows? Now, these are consensus that we need a stakeholder platform like this to come up with guidelines to say some of the animals should be in this category if it meets ABCD. Then under other categories of cattle, where we have the mature cattle and we have the growing cattle. And still we have females, we have males, because these two have different nutrient requirements, have different feed intake, and also conversion factors in the feed. So these, we move on from tier 1 to tier 2, we must agree on the categorization of the animals that we are dealing with in our national herd. Continue. This is providing a summary now of the tier 1 method and tier 2 method. Just a recap that under enteric methane for tier 1, looking at methane and enteric fermentation, we look at livestock numbers and then the emission factor provided by IPCC per livestock type. Yet in tier 2, we look at enhanced livestock characterization and the emission factors based on gross energy intake and the methane conversion factor. I repeat, for tier 2, everything depends on gross energy intake. We have to know the feed that the animal has eaten. And under manure management, there is methane. Still, we use livestock and IPCC emission factor. When it comes to tier 2, we look at livestock characterization. We have different manure management practices that emit different levels of methane. Is it anaerobic digestion, or manure is just heaped on the farm, or animals just deposit manure in the pastures? All of these will provide different segments of calculating emissions from manure. The same happens with nitrous oxide. So these are the different segments we have as we transition from tier 1 to tier 2. As I said, one of the first slides, tier 3 is a bit more complex, needs specific measurements per animal, but we understand that once tier 2 is done with a lot of accuracy, there may be little differences when you compare with what you will get from tier 3. So for now, a country like Uganda, we can say that if we are able to nail our calculations based on tier 2, we are good to go. How we do that? We need to consider the factors that I have discussed. They limit our transition, but these are factors that can be handled, that we can agree on and make sure that we move on. And I think this makes it important to have such a stakeholder engagement to understand and agree on how best we categorize our systems, we categorize our livestock types, and then move on with more accuracy from tier 1 to tier 2. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ziwa. Another round of applause. Asante sana. Now I have to take you to Chankwazi, all of you, to learn the patriotic clapping. Asante sana. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ziwa. He has taken us through the IPCC methodologies and how we transit from tier 1 to tier 2, provided the benefits for each, provided the challenges, and also has recommended some of the actions for us to note, so that when we start the discussion, at least we are here in the house and we shall provide for that, so that we have specifically a robust and a reliable MRV system. So once again, Dr. Ziwa, thank you so much for taking us through this. You have walked us step by step. You have walked us through the challenges. You have walked us how we transition. And therefore, my colleagues from Ministry of Agriculture, where it is a source, majorly for livestock population and the production systems that are there. This is something we need to note. If we are to redo it, then this will help us now to move to that level. So thank you so much once again. And for the team that has joined us, I want to recognize my team from Ministry of Agriculture that has come. Melda and the team, you're most welcome for coming. Who else is there? You're most welcome. We have walked about 3 steps, but I believe that you will catch up in the discussions, and that is how we have moved not very far, 2 sessions so far. So on that note, when you look at your program, we are within time. However, we are coming for the next presenter that is going to give us session 2, and that will be, as she prepares, Merrill Molman. She will take us through in yet another, the tools and the protocols that we use in this mission quantification. And therefore, as she prepares, we are going, Sylvia is, I think we have, yes, Sylvia is behind. She is waving that the tea break, the break tea is ready for us. So we're a small number. We shall take a very short time. Just behind there, pick it. And we have about 10 minutes. And we have the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can just rise up first for the first session. Just rise up. Rise up. Okay? Just stretch. Stretch. Yes, because we are getting into from level 1 to level 2, level 3. And we are engaging gears every time the next presenter comes. So with this stretching, let's just walk and get our tea break as Merrill is preparing to walk us yet again in another journey of the standard tools protocols for us. So, Sylvia, we have our tea ready? Yes, behind there, please. So 10 minutes for us to walk. Please, as you walk, greet the neighbor, ask the name, discuss the institution, and expertise. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's regroup and we continue with our presentation. We regroup. Shamim, anybody around the other side? Let's regroup and we continue. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's resume. We still have a lot. We are late by 1.5 hours, so we need to catch up with all the presentations of today, such that the program of today ends as of 4 o'clock. So I want to invite you back to take up your seats. So ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is going to be walked through by Merrill Molman. So Merrill is a research fellow. She's a consultant with the World Bank. And she is in Wageningen University and research, but also has worked within the area of emission in the parts of the development of those tools, the standard tools, the protocols for data collection. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me to welcome our next speaker, Merrill Molman. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Let's wait for the slides for a second. Yeah, so I'm Merel Moleman. I'm a consultant at the World Bank and a researcher at Wageningen Livestock Research. And today we're going to talk about protocols on data collection and calculation of greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah, this is the first slides. Yeah. So the overall problem is that livestock contributes globally like 12% of the greenhouse gas emissions and 33% of the methane emissions. And the sector is rapidly increasing. But around or less than 2% of the climate finance funds right now go to the livestock sector. So it's this huge gap of potential of emission reduction and actual the finance and the funding to reach this potential. And that's one of the reasons why we're here today together to discuss MRV systems, which could unlock some of this climate finance in the long run. So please, yeah. So MRV systems have multiple purposes or reasons why you would do it. The first one is to track and monitor progress towards NDR or emission reduction goals. The second one is to reach climate funding or enter carbon markets, access climate funding, but also, especially in the Western context, we need it to label our product. You cannot just say this produce is emission neutral. You have to have the MRV systems behind it to create a label. The third reason why we do MRV system is compliance. This can be corporates, this can be on a country level, making sure that you have mandatory commitments and you need to hit them and you need to measure this commitment. And then the last one, and it's not a bad one, is informed decision making. When you have the data, you can make better decisions on where to go with your production systems. So this is a quick overview of the emissions in the region, East African region. With on the y-axis, we can see the agri-food system emissions in tier 1. So this is a little bit more basic than the data, the emissions estimates that we need for MRV systems. And we can see that Uganda is the 6th biggest emitter of agri-foods emissions in the region. But when we look specifically at the livestock emissions, it's much higher. It's about the fifth place in the region, meaning that Uganda has a significant livestock sector compared to, for example, Mozambique, Zambia, and Madagascar. And it's a good thing that we're here together today to see how we can measure potential reductions in these tier 1 emissions. And we're here today to discuss how to go from tier 1, so what the previous presenter said, going from animal numbers times emission factors to a more complex calculations where we can better show mitigation potential on national scale. The objectives of this presentation is to understand the basics of greenhouse gas accounting. So it will be a little bit double of the previous presentation, so I hope I don't bore you too much. I will go over the data, the models, and the indicators that need to be selected. Then we're going to go over the types of MRV systems, because they will determine the specifics of data models and indicators. And then I show a couple of examples and then a couple of resources. Yeah, the first one, the basis of greenhouse gas accounting. It's simple, it's not simple, but we need to collect data, and we need to collect data for the different production systems. This data will then go into a model, and this model will then give us the greenhouse gas results. For the data, we need to collect a lot of data, but you can sort them in 4 chapters. So we need data on herd characteristics, the number of animals, and so forth. We need data on productivity, milk production, and live weights. We need data on feed ration, and we need data on manure. This data will then feed into a model. There are multiple models you can choose. You can also build your own model and do your own calculations. But generally speaking, in this type of context, we use the GleamEye model, which is a web-based tool. You can copy-paste the collected data and you get the emission estimates. Now we're going to dive deeper in the data requirements. So yeah, like the previous presenter said, tier 1 is simply the number of animals times the default emission factor value. But this means that you can only change the animal numbers and cannot show any improvements. Let's say I have a national program on genetics. Tier 1 will not show this, which is a little bit of a waste of resources, and that's not why we're here. We're here for Tier 2, which is animal numbers times more disaggregated modeling, which includes herd, feed, and manure, which are then multiplied by their own emission factors. So maybe this is a bit of double, but again, for herd characteristics, and it's very important, you need the right number of animals, which is not that easy to get. Another option would be to model your herds, your animal numbers. For this, you need your bull-to-cow ratio, age at first calving, age at slaughter, mortality. The specific of this data will depend on the model you choose. Some models will have default values in the backend. Then we need data on milk production, live weights, egg production, that kind of stuff. Then we need data on feeds. We need data on the feed quantity fed to the animals, but we also need data on the feed quality. So digestibility, but also dry matter contents, that kind of stuff. And then we have the manure management chapter, which again, we need quantity, but also the quality of the manure, which means there will likely be some sort of lab measurements to make sure that we know what the manure actually includes, the dry matter content, and so on. And this all will need to be multiplied with an emission factor. This emission factor might be already available, so you can use previous research. Sometimes you can use default values, sometimes you can use values from the region. But if there's potential to do research on emission factors specific to Uganda, I would highly recommend that. So we need to disaggregate the data per production systems. The previous presenter also said this. So this can be per production system or by reached beneficiaries. For my work at the World Bank, I often do greenhouse gas analysis of projects, meaning that I look at the different project components. Let's say I have a vaccination program and a productivity program. I disaggregate my data for the vaccination and for the productivity, because they might have different numbers of animals reached or different production systems within those programs. But it's important to make sure that you don't only collect data on national averages, but that you disaggregate per production systems. Each production system is different. Some might have lower emissions, and if you average this all up on national level, you will overestimate your national emissions, and I don't think that's very beneficial. One slide back. So one of the things is that the more you zoom in your model, the better you can show your mitigation potential. For example, in the Netherlands, we're now including genetics, breeding for lower methane emissions in cattle, and we're directly including this in the model. This means that we need breeding values of the herds, and we need to make adjustments to the model, which cost money and time. We need to share the data, it's expensive, but because we do this, we can show the potential of breeding for for lower methane emissions, and therefore it's worth the investments. Yeah. Well, data collection is difficult in the livestock sector. It includes survey collection, which is expensive and time-consuming. Some of the data can be taken from the national inventory. The national inventory is already doing survey collection, so if you have your MRV system in place, you know which data to collect. You can combine those. Then there is industry data. Your feed companies might be able to automatically input data into a data survey base. At least this is the case in the Netherlands, where most of the data parameters for the model are automatically put in by the industry. So this is on feed, milk, but also manure. And then the last one is to research data, especially when we're looking at the emission factors. These will be likely coming from existing research or research for in the future. Oh yeah, so the second part will be selecting the model. I have this slide to show that there are many options to calculate your greenhouse gas and accounting. We have national inventory calculations, which can be an Excel-based calculations based on the IPCC Tier 2 calculations. So you will be able to make your own tool and your own assumptions and your own calculations. There are also ready-to-use tools specifically on farm level, which are quite often farm level and privately owned. But there are also tools that specifically focus on the mitigation potential. So, and then there are also LCA calculations on itself, which sometimes are more research focused than really on a national scope. So just to show that there's a wide range of ways to calculate greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah, and this cloud then translates to over 100 models and tools available. Most are farm level, and almost all of them are from European or the USA, which means that they're not always as applicable to the African continent as if the African continent would create their own models, which is a bit of a gap. The models that are applicable to this context are GleamEye or the exact tool of the FAO. Yeah, then the third chapter, which is selecting the right indicator, which is a very important chapter. So this is actually a small game for everybody to play. So which cow has the highest milk production? Is it who raises their hands for the Holstein cow? That one? Yes, yes. And which has the... Wait, let's start with emission intensity. Which has the highest emission intensity? Yes, yes. And now, which one has the highest absolute emissions? No, it's actually that one. Oh, yeah, you guys already know this, but it doesn't matter. So, even though the emission intensity of the local cow is higher, yes, we have higher production in the Holstein cow, we have higher protein production, meaning that the animal itself produces more emissions. But also on a herd level, the Holstein cow is more fertile, has a lower mortality when it's kept in a good condition, therefore has higher herd growth. So, yeah, the next slide. It translates to the following slides. Let's say we have a business as usual, where the total emissions are emissions per units, times the unit per animal, times the total of animals. Then we have a vaccination program, and that vaccination program reduces your mortality and increases your productivity. Well, what happens is that your unit per animal will go up. Your emission, because you have more production, your cow produces more, and you have less mortality. Then your emissions per unit will go down, because it's just a function of it. However, because your total outputs and your total number of animals increases more, your total emissions will actually increase. And especially in the context of Uganda, where we're very focused on increasing productivity, this will have a huge consequence, because if you will choose your indicator on absolute emissions, you will have a negative effect while you're stimulating your sector. That's an important point to keep in your mind. So this is an example of an analysis I did in Nigeria a couple of weeks ago. This is for a vaccination campaign of around 10 million cows and 20 million small ruminants. And on the y-axis, we can see the direct methane emissions, and on the x-axis, the time frame. The project runs from 2022 to 2028, and after that, we have a capitalization period of 2042. We can actually, oh wait, can you go back one thing? We can see that the orange line is the business as usual. So this is a scenario where we have no projects, we have no adaptation of the livestock sector, and we can see that the emissions increase rapidly. But then when we implemented the project, which is the purple line, our emissions actually go up because we have higher productivity, because we have more animals. And when we then look at the net mitigation potential of this project, it's not a good sign. We increase emissions by 2,600 kilotons of methane over the total project period. And per year, it's 133 kilotons methane, which is not a good result for such a program where, I mean, nobody wants to give a negative label on vaccinations. That is not why we vaccinate. So, wait, can you go back? A way to correct for this is a thing that we call avoided emissions, which is basically the project emissions minus the project protein production with the old emission factor. So we kind of are okay with the fact that protein production increases, and we compare the project scenario with a scenario where we did nothing, but have the same protein production. And when we then look at the graph, we get the green line, and then we have the difference between the green and the orange, which is now a very positive result, and we get a 6,300 kiloton reduction over the project period, and that's around 317 methane per year. And this table shows the different mitigation strategies and how they impact either absolute net mitigation potential and avoided mitigation potential. And we can see that only that most of the improvements of the livestock sector will fall in the productivity column, which includes animal health, genetic resources, animal husbandry, feed and nutrition, will increase output per animal and therefore, and also quite often the number of animals, and therefore actually increase emissions. If you have such a project, it will be smart to think about avoided emissions and not looking at net emissions. When we have absolute reductions, we are talking about feed additives, improvements with manure management, such as biodigesters, but also limiting herd expansion and shifting to alternative meat sources such as poultry, which decrease emissions significantly. But this is not always suitable in the context and are more difficult to achieve. Then we also have the second one, which I think it's part of this project, which is the grazing management, making sure that you're sequestering your CO2 in the soil. And that's also a form of absolute reduction of emissions. So the consequences of choosing this emission factor, I would like to show using a project that exists. It's the Aromia project in Ethiopia, where successfully reductions in emissions were linked to climate funds. But this project in Aromia also increased absolute emissions. So they had to adhere to certain standards to be allowed to use the avoided emission indicator. Oh yeah, maybe you just click a couple of times. So this project needed to adhere to 3 standards in order to use the avoided emissions and not the net emission mitigation potential. Starting with that the greenhouse gas emissions from the livestock needed to be more than 5% of the program, which looking at the Uganda system, it's 19%, so that one is ticked off. Then the livestock protection shows the growing periods during the baseline period. So the herd is growing. I think this is also the case for the Uganda context. And then there needs to be proof that you're actually trying to reduce your emissions, which is the point of the program, so you can also tick that off. Then an important part of this justification of avoided emissions is that there is a cap of total emissions, meaning that if your average annual program livestock emissions surpasses a certain growth factor, which is calculated using the growth of the herd, there will be a cap. meaning if your growth in emissions go above that cap, those emissions will not be counted in the eventually total emissions. And in the case of Ethiopia, the project was estimated to reduce about 5%, and this reduction in 5% was then linked to financing. I don't know how much, but it's an example of how this successfully worked. So having a successful MRV system on a project scale. So yeah, the type of production of MRV systems. What data to collect, whether it's per production system or you're trying to capture different mitigation options. Which model to use? Are we doing national accounting? Are we doing project accounting? Are we doing something else sector? How accurate do we need to estimate emissions? How accurate does the data need to be? But also which indicator you're going to use. Are you going to use absolute emissions? Are you going to use avoided emissions? Are you interested in emission intensity? This will all depend on your MRV systems, and I think that's one of the reasons why the experts are in the room today, is to discuss exactly what the plan is. Is this an MRV system to track emissions on national scale? Is it an MRV system to track emissions on project scales? Because this will determine the elements of your system. And you can make it as crazy as you want, but I identified 4 main MRV systems. We have a national level MRV system which monitors progress towards national targets, but we can also have an MRV system specifically for climate finance. And in that case, you would like to have a conversation with the person who might give you a fund, because this person will set the standards for these funds. You can say, I will only give you this amount of money if you have this amount of accuracy in your model. So it's important to start there. Then we have sector level MRV systems, and we can also have a project level MRV system. And now some examples. First, starting off with the project I recently did for Nigeria, just to show you how the different data and the models and the indicators can shift according to examples. So this one I got the herd and population data from national statistics. I was able to get the feed and manure data from a large survey collection exercise. I got the emission factors using default emission values, so that's something that I would really like to improve next time. And I disaggregated the data based on species and production systems. Then I put all this data in the GLEAM-I model, and then the GLEAM-I model gives me estimations on absolute emissions, but because this is a project mainly focused on productivity, I also looked at avoided emissions. And this is an example from the Netherlands. It's done by the sector, so the dairy sector. It's a different scope. Here, the herd and population data is automatically collected, so it's already available in a centralized data system. Then feed and manure data is also automatically collected, and some of it is entered by the farmer. Then the emission factors are based on the latest research, and the model we use is actually our own national greenhouse gas model, which gives you ownership of the variations of emissions. And especially when you have national targets, such ownership can be quite important. When you're working with such a model, with a centralized database system, trust, harmonization, making sure that all the sector actors are willing and able to give the data is a crucial step. And it's the biggest hurdle of creating something automatic like this. And this model creates a broad range of indicators, including absolute emissions and emission intensity. And I like this example because this emission intensity is directly linked to milk premiums of around 1.5 euro per 100 kilograms of milk. And this can be between $25,000 to $30,000 per year for a farmer. So this is lucrative. With this type of money, you can afford your mitigation options, and you even make profit as a farmer. Then part 6 which are the resources. I'm part of the Global Livestock Unit at the World Bank, and these are two resources we like to promote. First being the opportunities for climate finance in the livestock sector, and the second one being enhancing climate-smart outcomes for livestock systems. Especially the last one is very applicable to this context. It's a bit heavy, it's a big document, but at the end of the document there are examples of surveys and how to collect data and certain protocols that might be useful for this project. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you. You can give another round. We are going to have a session. We are going to have a session, a plenary of Q&A for the first three presentations that we've had. However, it will be a two-way, and we are going to give comments, maybe the clarification, but also on our side, we've prepared some of the questions to direct the discussion such that we are able to end this meeting with a roadmap for the establishment. Once again, we want to thank Merrill for walking us through. I think in the house here, we've now known which type of MRV system we need to bring it. What is the type of the MRV system here we are looking at? And she has stated clearly about 3 or 4 national. We have the one of sector. We also have the one of the climate finance, assuming that's the direction we want. So these are some of the questions that we need to pose, such that we come up with a very clear roadmap in the establishment of the MRV under livestock for the project. So on that note, we've ended with the session 3, and we are going to the next session. So as I invite Dr. John Iluko to take us through, allow me to recognize some of the key participants that have arrived. In the room, we have the Deputy Project Coordinator of Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project, Mr. Alex Asimwe is around representing the management within. Bwana Alex, you're most welcome. We have also received a team from the cooperative, the meat cooperative. You're most welcome, Bwana, to this, and the rest of you that have come. Earlier on, I said this is a technical engagement. It is not only just that, but also commitment for us to see that at the end, we have a clear roadmap for us to develop the specific MRV we are going to identify, whether it is for the project, whether it is for the sector, or the national MRV system. So, Dr. John, you're welcome to take us through the next session. And all the hibernated comments and questions we wanted from 1 and 2 up to 3 sessions, this is the time. Thank you, you're welcome.
Thank you, Emma. My job is very simple. I know all of us have been having burning questions. And before we give you our questions that we thought we could actually do, as Emma said, I want to ask the floor to drop in their questions. Please ask regarding the three presentations. I saw Claudia had a question. So I'll begin with Claudia straight away as others are warming up.
Thank you. Thank you. My question was around the premium for emission intensity, so I was wondering how that works. How you give out the premium, how you qualify.
Can we get some more? Maybe 3, then see where they land. Dr. Katong, no, okay. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Okengo Oscar. I'm the district veteran officer from Abim district. My question is, from the presentation, especially the second presentation by Doctor, my conclusion is that why are we rushing to Tier 2 even? Because actually, even Tier 1, we are not yet okay. To me, it means that even, actually, for me, if I'm to classify the country, if there was Tier 0, it would be in Tier 0. Because when you talk about the livestock population, which is used in Tier 1, we don't have a very good system, first of all, to even capture livestock population. The last one, which UBOS did, I think the colleagues who are here will accept that those figures which were given by UBOS, because this is the same UBOS even, just not any disrespect to UBOS, this is the same UBOS who was giving population figures of human beings decreasing over a period of 10 years. Now, for livestock, I want to give, for example, in Abim district, UBOS came up with a population of about 61,000. But we did this activity together, and there was a summary from the village to the parish to the sub-county. The summary we have is 32,000. What came from UBOS is 61,000. Now, if we already have a problem with the population, just the figures, my seniors at MAIFA here, that I've always asked, I wish we could go closer to what the health team have, a system whereby we can track, we can have data available for livestock, even for crop. It would make us qualify for Tier 1. Otherwise, we are jumping Tier 1 to Tier 2 very fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kate. Patrick, you may also want to help us there in the livestock statistics, since you're a retired general in the statistics of UBOS. I'm not seeing whether it's UBOS here. Now, Dr. Constantine.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes to Mero. There's a slide you projected on the project in Nigeria, and you said the data was disaggregated by many things, but among those you included beneficiaries. So I want to see how that links to the MRV, the beneficiaries. What did you mean exactly? Thank you.
All right, one last question, then we can move. We can come back, but let's give Madam.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Mine is a concern, and I'm also wondering, as we move from Tier 1 to Tier 2, we've had issues of manure management data, and I'm wondering how we are going to capture that, given that our systems, most of them are communal. Thank you.
I guess this, for the experts, I think the key question, what you're asking is really, how do we capture manure data? Do you need a survey? Do we need something to capture manure data sets? Maybe, and let us first give Marilyn to give an answer to that, and then I think Dr. Zewa, you also have a question. But let us begin with Marilyn first.
The first question was on the milk premium. So how do farmers apply for this milk premium? Farmers are obliged to fill in the greenhouse gas accounting tool. So the data is available for all farmers. When a farmer has an emission intensity lower than 750 kilograms of CO2 per 100 grams of milk, I think, then they get the money automatically. So it's a simple MRP system. Then on the REACH beneficiaries, which was the third question, So I had data per species and production system, so cattle and small ruminants, pastoralists, mixed and commercial, so that's already 6 production systems. But I had different packages. So part of the project was quite comprehensive and targeted around 1.4 million households. But then there was this bigger package which included 10 million to 20 million animals being vaccinated, which is therefore a different group because it's bigger in size, and therefore I had to disaggregate. So in total I had 6 times 2, 12 different production systems that I had to analyze. Now I have to be honest, that's a bit on the heavy side. I wouldn't do 12 different production systems. So it's a bit of a balance between how disaggregated you do the data and making it feasible. Yeah, the other data is on survey data, so how to collect manure data. I normally get it through survey data, or it's aggregated on national level. And maybe that's also, but the statistician will answer this better than me. But when you're already collecting better data on animal numbers, especially if it's in survey formats, why not already collect the data that's needed for your other tier 2 calculations? And then correlated to this, climate finance is very much an agreement between 2 entities. So if you agree on the accuracy, even if it's not that very accurate, there might be something you can do even with tier 2 shady animal number estimates. Yeah, now the voice goes to statistician.
Thank you. Dr. Ziwa?
Thank you for the concerns raised. And one, about rushing from tier 1 to tier 2, I would like to inform my brother that as a country, Uganda, we are committed to the Paris Agreement. And from there, Uganda developed a nationally determined contribution, which was actually again updated, and we are in the process of providing another updated version of the nationally determined contribution, where each country is mandated to report on how much greenhouse gases are emitted, and also the interventions that are being put in place to reduce these emissions. Now, this mandates us as a country to see that we increase on the efficiency and the accuracy of our reporting systems. The issue at hand about the populations of animals, I have a colleague here and a brother from UBOS, but I think those are issues that can be continuously, we can improve on as a country to provide more accurate estimations or measurements of the greenhouse gases we emit in the country and the efforts in reducing these emissions. This means that we really have to move on from tier 1 to tier 2. If we don't, we shall continue working on estimates, which is not a good thing, because you cannot know how much your efforts in reducing emissions has actually helped the country to reduce those emissions. And also, when it comes, for example, establishing MRV for this project, it becomes handy that for a project, can we start with a project, for example, and build this system, this MRV, which we can start with, again, to even inform UBOS about the current statistics. Also inform the Ministry of Water and Environment about what we are getting from the system. We have established at project level, and this can inform accuracy at national levels. And then also My friend Imelda asked about manure management. Yes, there are ways of also actually today. Can I say, can there be an accurate estimation and measurements of manure even in pasture? And I will give this to my colleague from Iriri, Ibra, to respond on that. Let me start with Patrick. Do you have a response?
I'm not a spokesman for you, boss, but I can say something because I'm a retired officer from you, boss. Though I do undertake, provide statistical advice for censuses. Now, there are 3 sources of information that we use the data. One is from censuses, the other one is from surveys, and then administrative records. The 3 sources are complementary. Of course, each one has its strengths and weaknesses. I'm not going to discuss issues of sampling and non-sampling errors here. That is for another forum. Tomorrow, I will be making a presentation and we shall be looking at issues of precision versus accuracy. Of course, when you are talking about data quality, there are certain attributes of the data that you have to look at. So, but what I can say is that Uganda Bureau of Statistics has been undertaking censuses of agriculture. The ones for crop and then the ones for livestock. In 2008, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, under the Livestock Productivity Improvement Project, I think there was a component for M&E. For the first time, after a very long time, I think there was an attempt to do that in the early 90s. We undertook a livestock census. And those figures have been in use. There has not been any contention, though there were some mamas from Karamoja. And then in 2021, we did so again. So at least you look at our time series, available data just has 2 points. If you want to validate what we call time series consistency, you only have 2 sets. So, Abim, if you have administrative data, you can also use it together jointly with the livestock census data. Why am I saying so? We attempted, there is an institution called OIE, where I think district veterinary officers report information on livestock numbers on a monthly basis. And most of these statistics looks to be table what? Generated. What did we do? Out of the districts in Uganda, only 57 were able to supply those numbers when we undertook a study. 57%. Are you seeing? The rest of them do not what? Report. Besides, even the methodologies, again for compilation, vary. So there is a lot of work here to be what? To be done. In the meantime, let us use what is what? Available. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So I'm responding to the comment raised by Imelda about data on manure management.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Wanyama Ibrahim, and I work with the International Livestock Research Institute, IRIRI. Imelda, I'm with her in the Agricultural Committee for the National Inventories, and our comments are legit. As per 2019, the first biannual report, we didn't have any data on manure management in Uganda, but so far there have been efforts from IRI to do some studies on manure management, like in Uganda, in cattle, small ruminants, and in pigs. And I will be giving a presentation on that tomorrow. And I think even Professor Katongo has also done some surveys. Yeah, so at least we are now moving somewhere. Thank you.
Okay, so let us move and get more questions, and I think many people have their hands up. Yes, we begin from down, then come this side.
John, may I just have a suggestion that since the commissioner has just come in, for, that is Dr. Kakunguru, he can help us just make a small remark on the upgrade of livestock from tier 1 to 2. I know he has some information he can share with us, just in a very short time.
Jimmy, don't take my job. He has his time. Can we get with Debo?
Okay. Yes, my name is Joaquin Idibu. My question goes to Meryl. Now, actually, when I was looking at the different models used to determine emissions in Uganda, I found people used several, including GLIM-I, IPCC Tier 2. Then there is one called CLEAN, which is, I think, generated by SEAT. And there is even a life sim. So what informs the choice of model for MRV? And out of the various I've mentioned here, which one could be adopted for the current MRV? Thanks.
That's a very good question. I'm not really sure what determines the model, actually. I think it depends on the data availability. The GLEAM model is one with a lot of default values, and they're easy to use. The GLEAM one is also a little bit the standards in these type of analysis. So I would say that GLEAM has just been updated. We actually have GLEAM X right now. So, and GLEAM R. So that, I hope that answered your question.
So she's saying, based on the data,
Thank you. I just wanted to add something to the kind of model that you use. My name is Bernard Kimot. I'm from Kenya. So depending on, for example, for IPCC, you know, we are divided into the different sectors. I think Dr. Emmanuel already talked about that. If you look at, of course, the IPCC guidelines, there are different emission sectors. And to avoid the issue of double counting, then you have to use an IPCC software because it separates you to what you call the direct emissions. All right, so for agriculture, we're only reporting on the direct emissions from agriculture, for example. If you're talking about livestock, then you're looking at the emissions from enteric fermentation as well as manure management. So to avoid the issue of double counting, then you have to use the IPCC software where you're looking at, for example, the reporting obligations to the UNFCCC. But if you have to go into what you call a more comprehensive tools, for example, GLEAM and GLEAM-I, you're looking at what you call life cycle assessment of emissions. So you're going beyond the direct emissions, but also to indirect emissions. Yeah, so you look at emissions from enteric fermentation, but you're also looking at the emissions from, for example, the production of the feeds, but also looking at emissions from the use of energy within the farm. So there are tools, so depending on your objective, if you're reporting to IPCC, then you have to use their software, which is reporting on that, because then you're avoiding what you're calling the double counting of emissions. Because if you have to look at agriculture and you use a life cycle assessment, you have the energy and I think the energy and the industry, or energy and transport is one sector. So if you report using a life cycle assessment tool, then it means you're also quantifying emissions from that particular, the other sector, which is supposed to report separately. So it's all about the objective. For this MRV for the project, the use of a life cycle assessment is more important. You're looking at the holistic emissions that you're getting from the project. But more importantly, there's something that we always miss. We have what we call the sinks. When you're reporting, you're not just reporting about the emissions by sources, but you also have to report the sinks. So when you're using a life cycle assessment model, you can be able to also report on the sinks. How much have you sunk? Then you can have an indicator of reporting on in terms of the net emissions. So that is basically the basis. I wanted to, if you don't mind, add something that Manuel also said, the question about the data and why we should transition to Tier 2. In inventory, we talk about continuous improvement. You don't wait to have all the data, to transition to Tier 2, but it's a continuous improvement. What it means, when you get new and more updated data, you do recalculation, of this, the historical data that I think Patrick mentioned. So you're not just calculating Tier 2 for the year that you have gone to Tier 2, but you're recalculating all the historical data that you have. So it gives you a picture that if I was going to update my data over the years, what is the situation, all right? So we have to go to Tier 2. It's recommended by UNFCCC. So that is the recommended tool for reporting. Of course, countries such as Uganda have flexibility on reporting on Tier 2 and even coming up with a BTR, right? So it's an issue of, as you get new and updated data, you are continuously improving. So whatever kind of data that we have, we can still transition to Tier 2. When we get more updated, we then recalculate, all the historical, using the historical data, and then we get the true picture. So there is no problem with the data that we have. My suggestion is that we can still continue from there. As we get new data, using small surveys, for example, using projects, and that's why the projects are there. Projects are very critical in giving us that data. And I think Patrick already mentioned that. There is also another source of data, which is called the expert judgment, which has not been mentioned here, that we have experts within the industry or the sector who can also contribute data. And if you look at chapter 1 of the guidelines, which is about general guidelines and reporting, it also gives you a guideline on the use of the expert judgment. There is a document that you give the experts, and they're able to give you all that data that you require. So there are many sources, and they build to each other. Sorry for taking long.
Thank you, thank you. I'm not sure if I've left anyone. Yes, Doctor, I think you had the hand up, and from the district, and I think that will be the last one, and then we have some specific questions that we raised, but go ahead.
Thank you so much, Doctor. My name is Alex Mukasa, and I'm an Assistant Commissioner, Minister of Agriculture. I saw Dr. Ziwa categorizing our systems of production, which is very good. But then when it came to categorizing cattle, we very much know that we've been having dual-purpose animals, which produce both beef and also milk. For example, we have the Saiwal, but I know that even in the Ankole, under good management, it can be a dual-purpose animal. So I'm just wondering whether we cannot, if we have pure dairy animals, can't we have another category of the dual-purpose cattle so that we don't labor much to find under which category we can put the Ankole. So we have the dairy, the pure dairy, we have the dual purpose, then we can have other animals which may be like the beef cattle. That was my request. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Kasozi Bruhan. I'm the DVO Isinjiro. Mine is not a question, but I wanted to supplement what Dr. Emmanuel said, that is the number of livestock versus productivity. I will go local to where I come from. Many years ago, you know, they were talking about numbers. But now the story has changed.
Yes.
You have so many numbers. How much milk do you take to the collecting center? And it answers your question. Because now people have learned that we used to go to vaccinations in homes. You find somebody has around 300 animals, but in the home there is no money, no cash. But now they have learned that with these milk collecting centers, you can have daily income in the house. And the story now is changing to that. And I'm happy with the Climate Smart project, that direction which you are taking. The numbers will be few for the start, but at least to work as an example to the community that you can improve on the genetics, keep few animals, but you'll have more money than the numbers. There's a story which I want to share with you. When we still had those local markets, one day these guys, they closed the bar. There was a bar in one of the markets. And they had agreed, if you don't have more than 100, that day you are not going to drink in that bar. So you had to come, you knock, and then you say your name. Then they discuss amongst themselves. Does this guy have, is it 100 or plus? If they agree that you have 100, then they'll open for you. If you have less, you don't drink. They didn't drink that day. But those stories are gone now. It is about how much milk do you take to the milk centers. And when you move around, these guys, I don't know, Chiruhura, huh? When you call a meeting, they used to call them Balalo. They are no longer Balalo. These are entrepreneurs now. You call a meeting and you see around the parking lot, you'll be surprised. So we are moving towards what Dr. Emmanuel is saying. We shall look at the productivity versus the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And I think that aligns with the statistics that we are getting. And I think I should have put some of the statistics up, that the numbers of livestock in kind of coming down in your area. And I think the focus is on the productivity. I hope that when you do the vaccination exercises, we don't get what America got in Nigeria, because then we're increasing the genetics, but also reducing the numbers, and I hope some numbers will give us something to work with. Dr. Jimmy, yes.
Thank you so much. I just want to appreciate Bernard's contribution. Actually, it's like he had read my mind. I just wanted to emphasize that from what Mero presented, it's very clear that it's not cast in stone that this is the particular model you must stick on. In fact, we even have the liberty to have hybrid models. For our case, we've been thinking about models that are going to have a holistic picture of what we have in Uganda. Just to give a small summary. In Uganda, we're planning to look at land use, okay? Land availability, feed availability. He's talked about the life cycle-based kind of models. That is exactly what we are talking about. We are looking at these animals from the time they are born to the time they are disposed of. That kind of analysis, we need models that are going to help us do that. And in our package, we are envisaging that if we can have that as part of what we are going to do, in addition to other models, because there's no harm in comparing with other models, and then we can see which one is even giving a much better picture. John, you know that, and I've already said, we need like a student to help us build these models. These are based on modular kind of approach, which the FAO GLIM-I is based on. But above all, when you look at all these models, their base, okay, is the IPCC equations. Most of them, if not all of them. So it does no harm in us considering a number of modules as we design our system using system dynamics kind of models, and then we compare with what GLIM-I offers, and then see which one is likely to be much better, okay? But I like his submission that this is work in progress, and we don't need to be very accurate. these are systems that we keep on improving. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy, and I think you have triggered Claudia to talk. So
when it comes to models, and I think IPCC, we're actually trying to aggregate more data to improve the models. Because right now, the data that IPCC is using and the models that are in IPCC are not based on African data. So for example, intake, I have strong doubts that the intake predictions are correct, which comes back to the digestibility. What do we really know about pasture digestibility? We don't really have data on that. We have very little data. Like at ILRI, we did the first experiment in grazing cattle last year where we actually measured emissions from the grazing animals and where we're going to have intake and digestibility of these animals. That was actually led by a Ugandan student, so maybe he can come back and do that here. He works for Naro Abasi.
Abbas, okay.
So there is that. So because if we're just comparing models, we don't know which model is better if we don't compare it to actual data. So we need to have some actual data. It's very expensive to collect actual data, so we need to decide what are the most important systems, what are the most important interventions we want to look at, because we won't be able to look at everything. Also, when we look at these models, when we look at life cycle analysis models, we can look at trade-offs. The emission factors may not show you trade-offs, but the life cycle can potentially show you trade-offs for other indicators that are important. Because we need to make sure whatever you move forward with is going to be sustainable. Because I don't think we can say that about European systems. That is an issue I have, because like often the European systems or the American systems are brought down here, the genetics are brought down here, and then we assume we're going to produce more with these animals, but we also know that the indigenous breeds have resilience genes against different diseases that these animals will not have. So you also may, and they're more resilient with like climate change, so you may have different types of animals depending on the environment you're in and the resources you have, because in some areas maybe you have resources to vaccinate your animals, because depending on the disease, and you may need multiple vaccinations, it can become very complicated. You have batch vaccines, you may not be able to vaccinate your animals because you can't afford it. So you need to look what animal and what system, and maybe I'm not a geneticist, but like I've heard from some geneticists at least also like we should be improving the genetics we have more than bringing in other genetics. Like try to get the genetics we have here to produce more, because these are already fit for the environment here, while the European cow that she was showing may be producing more milk up in the Netherlands, but if you put that cow now underneath the same feeding conditions as the other cow next to it, that European cow is doing worse. Because you sometimes go to farmers and they're like, I need a Holstein. It was like, you can't even feed your indigenous cattle. What are you going to do with a Holstein? So we need to improve feed resources if we want to feed that kind of cows and have these kind of production. And it is, as I said, not always possible depending on what your feed resources in the region are. So make sure we have cows for the environment they are in. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And one of the questions I actually had was on how do we measure the performance, or improvements in performance from breed improvements from these different systems? How do we capture that? But I know Dr. Kakugulu wants to say something. He's our Bernard from Kenya. They're in a Diamond project together, and they've been leading the MRV work program in their countries. So let me give this opportunity to Dr. Kakungulu, and then I'll get back to a few comments that I wanted to give, and probably push discussion slightly somewhere else. Yes.
Thank you so much, John. Good afternoon. Somebody's calling me Bernard. Bernard, you're most welcome, and the entire team. Yeah, basically, I just wanted to, one, share of the benefits as the Dr. Kasozi was sharing, what's happening in Isingiro. And as a team, we've been talking about the issue of core benefits. And most often, farmers appreciate when you talk about what am I going to do if I'm taking up the interventions to reduce emissions. Because for them, issues of emissions may not be able to appreciate them. But when you talk about the benefit of reduce emissions, but at the same time increase productivity. And one, as the Dr. Kasozi was sharing, is breed improvement. It's something that we've been able to talk about, but how do you improve on the breed? As he shared, we need to improve what we have, not importing exotic breeds, but improve on what we have. The other is about feeding. We did work, and we felt that if you do improve on the feeding, definitely the farmer will get more, but at the same time, you reduce on the emissions. Animal health that we've been talking about, vaccination, spraying, and the rest. You do animal health, and the farmer is looking at improving productivity. But as a team, we're reducing on the emissions. So the issue of co-benefit is something we've been taking across the farmers, and I'm happy that Dr. Kasozi has shared the benefits within Isingiro district and other areas like Chiruhula, where farmers are looking at productivity, but at the same time, we are managing the issue of emissions. Because the catchword to them is, you are telling me this, but how do I benefit in this? Otherwise, you're most welcome, and I'm happy to see the entire team here. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, Dr. Kakungulu. Before, I think we had a question from before, but I wanted to put something there. I think Mel had some questions for us. Do you have emission factors for Uganda? That's one. And I think the other one is we have a choice to make here whether we need avoided emissions or net emissions. And I was wondering if the two can be had together at the same time. And I think that's something that we need to agree on as a team. The methods, I think, the methodologies that we're using, I think that the answer there is now clear. We have multiple of them. We just have to be able to estimate them as long as the data sets that we have allow. And I think those are some of the key things that we need to capture for agreement as we move. The other one is on the methods of data collection. And I think one thing I wanted to bring this up is because the team was thinking of a hard health system, Dr. Kakungulu and Dr. Waneka, the hard health for the farm also. And I'm wondering how far that is and if that can be a better solution for us in the implementation of the livestock MRV, and if we are set and ready for it. And you could also give some specifics around it and what's happening or what we are doing around that. That's something I wanted to throw to you. Marley, you had a presentation and you're focusing on dairy, and I was wondering why Nigeria was focusing more on dairy, probably less of the beef. If there's something in there that we could learn and probably pick up. One other discussion, yes, I'll come to you shortly. One other discussion that I wanted us to bring here is, Patrick, in terms of possibility, because I don't see any UBOS person here, we have been, which is part of the problem that we're having, and I want to know if you share with us. We have been collecting data on livestock as part of all agriculture survey. And in agriculture survey, in Uganda, we have almost 19 crops. And we are all putting that. And then livestock comes in also in this section. And I was wondering if there's a possibility of having a specific livestock survey for this particular work program, so that we're able to get this data set. And lastly, if there is a country, I mean, you're all experts, where data questions worked very well, because I'm wondering if I'm getting the age of an animal, so that means I have to have, what do you call this? I have to have, I have to collect data per animal in the farm. Is that the case? And if that is the case, imagine going to a farm with 300 animals. I don't know what that is. So how to simplify some of this is something that I thought we could also help and where this is, I mean, really collecting data and how we can improve this and make this work. I'm just throwing my question randomly, but can I ask the farmer who's leading the beef cooperative in Uganda, the beef cooperative union in Uganda, to tell us something? Doctor, you had a question?
Thank you, Dr. John, and thank you everyone that made their presentations. I must say there's a lot of deep science that I do not want to attempt myself to delve into. However, I would like to rely on the interventions that the commissioner was talking about, and I think Dr. Kasozi, the DV of Isinjiro, highlighted more. While we plan for mitigation and adaptation, it's critical that we focus most importantly on the software. And the software is the farmer mindset. We must invest in that. And that has to have a collective approach at community level. Short of that, we will not see the faster transformation that we require. For some of you who may not have worked with farmers a lot, farmers believe in each other. So all you need is pick out the opinion leaders and make them change agents of the interventions that you want to have. Now, if you don't have critical investment in that line, John, you will bring all the breeds, you will bring all the vaccinations, you will bring all the pastures, they will never be taken up. That's one. The second bit is on emphasizing the value generated. I think that's what Dr. Kasos mentioned. The value generated in these interventions. Thankfully, MAIF and other investment partners have already taken a lead on that, especially on nutrition investment. So the fact now that we need to deal with is how do we integrate these interventions with the varied production systems? The pastoral group, the semi-intensive, or what we call the extensive, open grazing but paddocked, those that do part-time supplementation and open grazing, and then those that we intend to go for intensive production, especially like the feedlots that we expect to be running jointly for improving beef supplies. So those levels of different interventions call for repackaging of information to reach these people. And I'm advocating for that in this investment, that we achieve better results faster than taking it the way we've been working. I want to thank you for inviting me to participate in this high-powered meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kagulu. You have heard. We clap for the farmer. How many cooperatives do you have for beef? 35 beef cooperatives across. Okay, thank you. They are for beef only. Okay. Yes, can we give Claudia? And I think I've gone beyond my time here.
I just wanted to emphasize one point that he said is bringing the farmer with us and figuring out what works for the farmers is very important, because I was just giving another presentation about the methane inhibitors, 3-NOP that is there, that reduces methane on average by around 30%. So Denmark did a rollout. It told farmers they had to feed it. they have received a massive backlash from the farmers. They say it reduces productivity and so on. And they didn't have an MRV system in place that actually captures if what the farmer perceives what is happening is true. But they also didn't give the farmers the choice of not feeding it, which was also a problem. So they have we have an inhibitor that has been studied like a lot. There are over 80 peer-reviewed studies. It doesn't increase productivity, but it hasn't been shown to reduce productivity. But now it's rolled out on farms, and farmers says it reduces. Maybe it's perceived because of the time, but maybe it's really there because there was also no MRV system in place. But again, the story is that we invested all in the technology, but we didn't bring farmers along and integrate them in the process, and would just assume they would just adopt whatever we tell them to adopt. And that's not really the case. I'm not a social scientist, but I think it's very important to think around how to bring the farmers on board, how these interventions are brought to farms, and how we can actually get scaling of interventions that we think are good.
Thank you, Claudia. Just one addition. Could we have an exit strategy embedded in this investment? Because we will have these interventions. I'm sure this is a project that has timelines. What happens next after the project has ended? Because you want these mitigation investments to continue and the adaptation also to be scaled up. So an exit strategy for sustainability of the outcome that we intend to have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for emphasizing that. I think tomorrow we'll be handling that. And then Claudia for emphasizing the need to have and work with farmers. Yes. Dr. Kimura, then the TTL.
Yeah, I'm forced to stand because one, most people don't know that I'm married from Uganda.
We might force you to bring the cows.
I didn't want to say it early because it would have put a lot of stress on me. It's something that he has said, which is very critical. It's all about incentives. What is the incentive to the farmer? All right? For the farmers that we have, at the end of the day, it is the profit. In fact, African farmers, we don't even talk about emissions. Yeah? We only talk about increasing productivity, and us at the policy level, then we can look at what are the issues around emissions. All right? And there's something Merel said here about what happens in Netherlands.
Yes.
You get €1.5 per, I don't know how many, 100 kilos of milk, which translates to €30,000 in a year, if you are doing well, maybe, I don't know. And for the farmer, if you can be able to do that, that if you are applying a technology, and it's giving you increased productivity, but you're also within a certain regulatory framework, then you'll be able to have success. Farmers actually don't even need for us to take these technologies to them. As long as you give them incentives, they look for the technologies themselves. That's what you found in Kenya, okay? So there are many incentives, and that's why one of the things that Merel also said, there are very many different types of MRV systems. You can also have an MRV which is a project-based. You can talk about climate finance if you have a carbon project, all right? Where you actually, you have your baseline. I was going to ask whether this project actually did a baseline to get the data that you require for this MRV, for this project. Because this project is very critical.
Yes.
And remember, he has also said projects are very time specific. So they have to deliver on providing the baseline that we can then be able to use, and also a proof of concept, whether it is a climate finance, that can then be able to continue beyond the project life. And that's how we want to look at this. So for me, coming here, one of the things that I'm also hoping is that we'll have to have an incentive system. All right? So what are we doing? Increasing productivity? Well and good. But is there something else that you can tie to it? In Kenya now we are trying something else. We are calling a quality-based milk payment system.
Quality-based?
Yes.
Okay.
Which means if you fall within certain parameters of your milk composition and also reducing some of the issues like the cell count, then you get a premium price. That is the incentive, all right? So even if the project is there, as long as you've set up that system, it can continue beyond the project life. And so that is the basis for a project. It's a proof of concept. You come up with these kind of systems, frameworks that can continue beyond the project life. So I think that's very important. So in Kenya, we don't even talk about emissions. We talk about increasing productivity. At the end of the day, the emissions become like a co-benefit. Yeah, but at the policy level, of course, we use that report to the UNF to proceed because it is an obligation. So I had a question, but there's something else that you also said. How do we put in the issue of heart health, for example? And we are doing some work with ILRI on the same. One of the things that you must realize, you're talking about emissions, you're looking at possibly 2 or 3 direct factors to the emissions. One is the nutrition, the other one could be live weight, direct. So the only other way we can address issues of emissions is then you look at the emission intensity as an indicator for you to use. So you're increasing productivity because you have better heart health. You're increasing productivity because you have better genetics. Yeah? So your measure, and that's why we are talking about which measure do we use? Is it emission intensity or absolute emissions? So for us as a sector, then your measure becomes avoided emissions or emission intensity. So all those things can be quantified, and I think Beryl was able to demonstrate that. So my only question, after saying all these things, is does this project have a baseline in terms of the livestock activity data? And the other thing we can also think about, and which we tried in Kenya, can we be able to link up the censuses that we have, the human census, to collect some of this data, because we tried also. Yeah? I think that can be addressed to some extent. In Kenya, we do it every 10 years. I don't know about Uganda, maybe, I think it's the same, eh?
Yes.
We are colonized by the same people, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, so can we be able to have some of the livestock activity data collected during the census as embedded? But remember, you boss will tell you, census is very costly. Adding just 1 or 2 parameters makes it even more costly.
Yeah.
Yeah? So those are some of the things that we can learn from each other and see how best we can be able to have.
Just to answer your question, yes. So for Uganda, for the livestock census, I think we are now doing it, this is 3rd round, but every 10 years specifically for livestock. We have a livestock census, we have a crop census, fish census. So I think that works for, I think that's why we wanted the UBOS to be here, so that we're able to integrate some of the way we ask the question, the way we pick the data in the ancestral surveys, and also in the household surveys. Then the other second one is project baseline. One of the bases that the discussion here is what's going to take us to the baseline. And the preparations are set, and we want to see what kind of parameters and that the way we ask, what kind of parameters, how do we ask them, then we should also put in the baseline that we're going to construct. Thank you. Yes, yeah. My TTL now probably closes.
No, I mean, it's great to have this active discussion, and I don't know, because it's became warmer in the room, people are open up and they're giving many comments, and the discussion is getting more active. So a couple of comments. I think, yes, I mean, we definitely need a baseline, and this is something that was pending for quite a bit of time, hopefully will be resolved. I think one of the points that Claudia mentioned, that the data is very expensive, no? And that emission factors for Africa are very approximate. So I think what we were encouraging under our project, project implementation unit, to invest into the data collection as well on the ground. And I think the program is kind of uniquely position now because we provide a scholarship for PhD students and a master students, and in many countries they are the ones who are actually collecting the field data. Now I did a project in China, again there was with the research, academia, collaboration, and they were going year by year collecting the data. We are providing narrow research grants for applied research, and I think what is important to align all these activities, the project is working directly with the groups of farmers, with the dairy, beef sector, so there's a good linkages to link research with the farmers and collect the data. Because no matter which kind of MRV system we will set up and identify the best tools, you will still need the ground data to inform it. And for this, you need the financing. And I think the government really need to take a benefit of this program to use some of this financing in really data collection from the ground, which will be really beneficial beyond the project lifetime.
Sorry, I want to add, since everybody is standing, maybe I need to stand now too. For the baseline, and maybe then you can comment to this, because before I started at ILRI, we had the program for climate smart livestock, and they collected all that data. We have some data for Uganda, but only for some systems. And I got a little bit frustrated because I would go to meetings, be like, oh, look, I have an emission factor. But what are we really going to do with emission factor? Because I need to know what an intervention is really going to do. So from my perspective, when I see World Bank projects and all these projects, and what we've been trying in an intervention project that we're doing currently on mastitis, that we actually roll out the intervention in a way that at the same time we're just capturing the baseline, because we cannot continue wasting our time baselining. So I don't want another year, like, because a whole, how long was that program for climate smart livestock? Like 5 years, Bernard, you probably know better than me. It was 5 years. And all we did was baselining. We should, you learn as you progress, right? But like, we should have actually been like, okay, let's implement things on some farms and maybe not on others. And when we roll out interventions, we see what changes on the farms. And that doesn't mean the other farm isn't going to get the intervention, but maybe they're just getting it a little bit later, so we really understand what it's going to do. And we're maybe not able to capture an individual intervention. We're probably more looking at intervention packages, because there's so many compounding factors that are going on farms that we won't be able to isolate really one intervention. We could do that in an experiment, but then the question, when you do an animal experiment, you can do that maybe with feeding interest, but if you do then health or something, it becomes very complicated. And also the impact of an intervention that I'm going to see in animal experiment, that is going to be the maximum benefit you're going to have. I don't know how that really translates to the farm, because I don't know if anybody has ever done that, because if I improve feed efficiency or like feed quality in our experimental station, we're going to see really big increase. But if you do the same at the farm, I don't know if it translates really the same way. Probably not, because the farm has our animals are all healthy, because that's only how they get into the experiment. Now on the farm, not all animals are healthy, and they may have other issues. And with health, I've also seen, we see the symptoms. We often don't know what the disease is. Figuring out what the actual disease is very expensive. I've been working more with our health team, and I'm looking at our like costs for doing certain like experiments in the data collection campaign. It's so expensive if you go beyond symptoms. So there's also other ways like we need to think about, I think. But my point is, let's do baselining while we're putting the interventions on the ground. Let's make sure we're designing how that's rolled out in a way that we can capture it, and that the project can report at it, and we're not spending more time just baselining. Thank you.
Perfect, and thank you very much. One of the things we are doing is, after the baseline, and I think this is what the team had planned, doing this experimental studies, methods, and that's what the team intends to do, and I think that comes in nicely, and I think that probably leads to a perfect conclusion of my session. And I think, Jimmy, you have had, and I'm happy that you guys had been sitting, Deo Gracias, and Oneka, in terms of the methods work, and this is something that we wanted to do, and I think it's going to be a good piece of work. But like Detail said also, the key thing is, with all this, you need to put the team is to be committed and be able to do analytics and be able to produce reports, results, and this is all work program that we need to set in with all these methods, work, and experiments. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session, and I hope we provide the best.
Okay, let's give Dr. John for moderating this, and to ourselves, a very big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the direction we want. We want to pick up all those points that can help us now to develop and also to direct the team under livestock MRV on what we require. I think with this direction, with this discussion, we are picking, my team under MAIF, NARO, we are picking key activities that will proceed immediately after this workshop. Because in that, we are already picking up our areas that we need. So therefore, our time, it's coming to one, but we have 2 sessions, and they're a bit short. And I also believe that Dr. Katongole and Idibu here has also provided some insights, and we are going to invite one to take us to session 3, which is on mapping existing activity data and research challenges. 1, existing livestock activity data sets for Uganda. We have discussed in terms of the data sets, the quality of data that we want, the availability of data, but they are going to give us a synopsis of the data sets within the country, Uganda. After that, there is going to be also one by Joachim Idibu will also take us through overview of the livestock emission research in Uganda and the current research capacity for generating MRV data. So what we have been discussing is already in the offing. So allow me, first of all, before, as he prepares, Dr. Katongole prepares to come in, let's just stand up and we shake up the previous session so that we prepare for the next. Just stand up and just, you can just turn around, rotate, hold the waist. In primary, they used to say, what do they do? We all pass it through. Okay, just stretch. Yes, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that is enough for us. So therefore, at this juncture, allow me to invite Dr. Katongole to take us through in the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Constantine Katongole, and I'm a teacher at Makerere University. I'm very honored and humbled to make this presentation to you, where I'm going to share with you the status of the data that we have in Uganda for Tier 2 GHG inventorying for livestock. As a background to this presentation is based on 2 projects which happened in 2021 and recently 2025. And these projects were funded by the government of New Zealand. And the first one was to develop an inventory of GHG emissions from cattle in Uganda using the IPCC Tier 2 approach. And then the second one, which has just ended, I think ended last year, mid last year, which was supporting updating of the inventory that was developed. So in the implementation of these projects, quite some good amount of data was collected. And like you were asking, some emission factors were developed, but all was not roses. There are a few issues here and there, as we are going to see. Next. Just to set the stage, this has already been said, but what data do you require? Actually, the data you require depends on how complex the inventory is going to be. Dr. Emmanuel Zua talked about the 2 tiers, Tier 1 and Tier 2. So Tier 1 is simpler, even the data is less, but it is even less accurate. And then Tier 2 is more complex, more data, and more accurate. So I'm going to take the cattle example. I know there are other species of livestock in Uganda, but I will emphasize cattle. But the picture is more or less the same, and actually it is even worse for the other species. Much as we are complaining about lack of data, but it is even worse for other species. At least for cattle there is something to show, but for other species there's almost nothing. So for the Tier 1, just like Dr. Emmanuel said, what you need is the population, okay? Now, this population data is slightly disaggregated by what is categorized as dairy and then the non-dairy. So for the purposes of dairy, is when milk is produced to, they call it commercial quantities. Yes, every animal produces milk, but we don't categorize it as dairy because the quantities are not that commercial. So the multi-purpose ones are categorized as other, okay? Then for the Tier 2, this is where you need to do a more in-depth disaggregation. You disaggregate by category, dairy and other. Then you also go down to the production systems. That's the feeding systems, how you feed the animal. And then you also do the age sex classing, or which we commonly call the herd structure. So you need this data if you want to do a Tier 2. Then for the Tier 1, you just need the emission factors, and then you multiply them with the populations, regardless of the herd structure. So if you have, for example, the dairy category, the default value is 46 kilograms of methane per head per year. So you multiply that with the population, and then you get the quantities emitted. However, for the Tier 2, the story is a bit different because you use emission factors that are country specific. Previous discussions have emphasized that the data that was used to come up with the emission factors for Tier 1, the default values, is not for Uganda, even for many parts of Africa. Okay, but they are the ones that we use. So for the country-specific, you basically use the emission factors that are developed using the country data where possible. Where not possible, it's allowed to use the IPCC values. So what do you need to calculate the emission factors? What did we use to calculate the emission factors that we developed? First of all, we need how much the animal takes in, or feed intake, or the amount of energy that the animal takes in. And then we also need a conversion, a methane conversion factor. If an animal eats this much, how much of that quantity ends up as methane? So that is what the percentage that ends up as methane is what is called the conversion factor, and that one can be country specific, or you are free to use IPCC values. Okay, so the major problem with our case is the feed intake. If you take the example of cattle that are grazing in open spaces, knowing how much they are consuming is much of a problem. It's very expensive and even difficult to do or to determine. So if you have confined animals, it is easier to know how much they're eating. But animals grazing under natural conditions or open grazing systems are very difficult to ascertain how much they're eating. So in this case, the energy taken in or the food taken in is derived. There are parameters that the IPCC guidelines recommend that one should use to derive the amount of energy or feed that the animal is taking in. So these are the ones that we used. These parameters derive from net energy. So the net energy that is required to perform metabolic functions, which include maintenance, activity, growth, lactation, work, and then pregnancy. Because all these require energy, and that energy comes from what the animal has eaten. So for you to determine maintenance energy, you need data, or we use data, number one, on average live body weights. Okay? But remember, all this has to be done, but at the back of your mind, you should know that you are disaggregating this information by production system, by age, sex class, okay, and even whether they are dairy or other. So we also need a coefficient for determining maintenance net energy. That one is IPCC value. Then you need lactation length, the number of days. This applies to animals that are supposed to be lactating. Either they're lactating at the time of data collection or non-lactating, but as long as they are cows, at least you need to know that. Then the calving rate. In most cases, this information is not available. The proportion of cows that are giving birth, we don't have that data, but there's a proxy that can be used to know the calving rate. That is the calving interval. You can use the number of days in a year, then factor in the calving interval, and then multiply by 100. Then you can know the calving rate. So we also collected that data on calving interval. Then you need to know the net energy for activity. This is the energy that the animal spends to get its food. If you are confining it, if you are grazing it on a large area, or if you are allowing it to graze but on a relatively small area, all those feeding situations expend energy. So you need to know the feeding situation, and then there is a factor that you multiply with to know the energy, net energy for activity. Then growth, the animals that are growing, you need data on average live body weight. Then you need data on mature live body weight. So the mature live body weight, for example, if you have a female calf, okay, it can have its own weight, but it also has a mature live weight. So you get the data for a female calf when it has grown to maturity. So that would be the equivalent of an adult cow or an adult female animal. And then the average daily weight gained. So it's very rare to find data on average daily weight gain, but you need it if you want to derive the emission factor for enteric methane. Then the net energy for lactation, you need parameters on data on average amount of milk produced per day. So this amount of milk has to be expressed on a year scale. If the lactation length is maybe 100 days, don't get the average daily milk yield out of 100 days. It has to be on a calendar day. So you take it to 365 days. And then the milk fat content. Then the work net energy. This is the number of hours that an animal works per calendar day. Still, this is also on the year basis. Don't only look at the cultivation season. Like for example, here in Uganda, there are some months when it's for cultivation, and then others, the animal is idle. So you have to factor in even the idle days because they are part of the calendar year. And then finally, the pregnancy net energy requirement, where you also need the coefficient that you use. That one is IPCC default value. Next. Okay, then the diet. You also need data on the diet to help you get your emission factor. You need the diet components. This is what most people prefer, calling the feed basket. So, what percentage proportion of the individual feedstuffs, what percentage proportions they contribute to the total diet? Generally, the major components that we have in our diets are mainly natural pastures, crop residues, planted pastures, industrial byproducts, grass hay, silage, and then the compounded concentrates. So among these, you have individual feedstuffs. For example, the crop residues. You have different crop residues within crop residues. Like in Uganda here, banana peels, sweet potato vines. So how much do all of those contribute to the total diet that this animal is taking in? So you need those percentages. Then you need the chemical composition and even the energy, where you should have the dry matter content, the protein, the gross energy, digestible energy, and in cases where you don't have the digestible energy, which is most cases what happens in Uganda, so you can use metabolizable energy to derive digestible energy. Then the diet digestibility. This refers to the amount of the percentage of digestible energy expressed as a percentage of the gross energy. This is what is called energy digestibility, and this is very important for deriving the emission factor. Next. Then the manure. For the manure, still you can have a tier 1 methodology and then a tier 2. For the tier 1, still you need the population. You just only mention whether it is dairy or other. But for the tier 2, you still have to disaggregate that data, as we have seen for the enteric fermentation methane. Then number 2, you need to know the climate or the temperatures to which the animals are subjected, because these affect or impact the amount of emissions that are going to come from the manure. Normally you have cold temperate and warm. For us, Uganda, or the region here, we belong to the warm, and the temperatures, the annual average temperatures are around in the region of 26 and above. So there is a table in the IPCC guidelines that gives those details. So they don't differ, it's still the same even when you are looking for tier 2. Then the emission factors for the tier 1, again, each temperature or climate region has an emission factor. For example, for tier 1, the conditions that we are in, which are warm and above 26 degrees Celsius, the emission factor for methane emissions from manure management is 1 gram of methane per head per year, regardless of whether the animal is dairy or other. So what you need is just the total population of the animals, and then you multiply with 1, and then you get the amount of emissions. For tier 2, the picture changes. You get the emission factors that you calculate based on a number of parameters. One of them is the percentage proportion of manure handled using the different manure systems. Now, this is very critical for Uganda because we lack manure management data. I think in this work that we are doing, we came across only one publication. And that publication, we had to use it as a proxy because it was not actually capturing what we wanted. Instead of capturing, I'm not saying that the publication was wrong, but that's what they did. They captured the percentage of farmers using the different management systems. But the guidelines don't say that. They say proportion of manure managed or handled using the different manure management systems. But because we are faced with a scenario of no data, so we had to use that as what? As a proxy. Then you have to do that still by production system, age, sex, category, and even whether dairy or other cattle. And then you have a methane conversion factor. Now, this methane conversion factor is specific to each manure management system. If you have dairy spread, if you have lagoons, if you have storage, each of those has got its own emission, manure conversion factor. And then finally, you need some manure characteristics. Which are those? Those include things like the volatile solids. Now, these volatile solids, you can also obtain them based on the feed intake information, on the data information. Okay? For example, you can get the gross energy intake, the digestible energy digestibility, or you get the coefficient that represents the percentage of the fraction of urinary energy against gross energy. And then you also need the ash content of the manure. This can be determined physically in the lab, or you can use an IPCC value. So if you want a country-specific value or emission factor like we are doing for tier 2, you have to determine that. And then finally, there's a factor which is called the maximum methane producing capacity. So how much methane can come from this manure, the maximum that can come from this manure. Okay, this is IPCC given, and it depends, it's a value that's given by ICC, and it depends on the category of the animal. Next. And then finally, you have the nitrous oxide. I only stopped at the direct emissions because the parameters are more or less the same. With the indirect, the data that you need is more or less the same. What changes is the way you calculate. So for the tier 1,
you do exactly like we have seen for the others. What you need is the population and to know whether it is dairy or other cattle. Then you need the average nitrogen excretion for each of the manure management system. If you are dairy spreading, if you are storing, you need to know the nitrogen excretion. And these are default values of IPCC. And then finally, you need the emission factors for each of these manure management systems. Then for the tier 2, you need the population, which you disaggregate as we have already seen. Then you need the nitrogen excretion, which you also have to disaggregate by cattle category, production system, and then age, sex class. But there is a data parameter that you need, which is not required for tier 1. That's the fraction of total nitrogen excretion that is managed in each manure system. So each manure management system has got, you have to know the fraction of the nitrogen that is excreted. So if you have, for example, dairy spread and you're just spreading, or you are leaving the manure in the pastures or paddocks, so the difference, there are different amounts of nitrogen excretion rates for each of those systems. Then finally, the nitrous oxide emission factors, which is supposed to be country specific. It is calculated based on the percentage proportion of manure handled using the different manure management systems, then with an emission factor that is tied to each of the systems. Still, this is also given by IPCC. Okay. Then the other data required for nitrous oxide is the nitrogen intake, because you need the nitrogen intake. That's where the nitrous oxide comes from. It comes from the nitrogen. So you need the gross energy intake and then this protein composition of the diet. Then finally, the fraction of the nitrogen intake that is retained. Of course, what you eat, some of it is lost, but not all of it is lost. So there's what you retain. So the nitrogen you retain is captured from the milk protein content, the milk production, the amount of milk the animal produces, the average dairy weight gain, because some growth takes some protein, and then also the net energy requirement for growth, which we saw already. So what's the available data? So like I said, this work was developed to capture the emissions from 1990 up to 2025. That was last year. So the total population for cattle, from 1990 to 1993, there was no census data. So what we used was a book from NARO. It's called Livestock Production Something Systems in Uganda. Then 1994 to 1996, still there was no national livestock census population data. But there was a report from IFPRI. Then 1997 to 2007, still there was no national livestock census data, but we used the UBOS statistical abstracts data. It's not until 2008 that the national livestock census was carried out. So that one we had. 2009 to 2019, still we used UBOS statistical abstracts data. Then in 2020, there was no UBOS statistical abstract data. What we had to do was to interpolate. We interpolated between from 2008 to 2019. Then in 2021, this is when we had the recent national livestock census. And then finally, between 22 to 2025, there was no UBOS statistical abstract data, so we had to extrapolate. Okay? Then when it came to the categories, whether it is dairy or other, this we had to use expert judgment, because there was no data that gives population of whether it is dairy or other. What the census results gave was indigenous or exotics. So we had to use expert judgment to come up with those numbers. Then when it came to the production systems, was a very big problem. It is actually a very big problem in Uganda. We have so many production systems, and it becomes defeating, self-defeating, because even if you produced an emission factor, that emission factor is tied to a production system. But the way I define my production system is not the way so-and-so define his production system. So we need to come together as a country and agree on the production systems. Otherwise, if you call it X, Y, Z, it puts a lot of mess everywhere. For example, the recent census, 2021, tried to give data by production system, but it only gave data for 4 production systems: zero grazing, tethering, fenced, and then communal grazing. But inside the report, the census report, they are talking about pastoral production systems, agro-pastoral production systems, but they're not giving the population data for those production systems. So basically we are faced with a scenario of a hard rock that we had to still engage other data gap filling mechanisms to get the populations for the production systems that we used in this inventory. Finally, when it came to age, sex, categories, again, we had to use literature review, and somehow we also had to engage expert judgment, because the livestock census does not give data by herd structure. It only says adult females, adult males, which is not detailed enough. Yet the tier 2 methodology requires a well-detailed characterization of the population. Next, this is just a picture of some of the expert judgment sessions that we had. I'm just glad that some of you are here. So you participated in these expert judgments. Next. Yes, when it came to live body weight, mature weight, and average daily gains, from 1990 to 1997, there was no data. Either in literature review or whatever, there was no data for either live body weight, mature weight, or age, or average daily gain. Now, this is something that maybe this project has to think about. One might wonder, what has been happening? People have been doing research since, I don't know. But the problem is, the way you collect data or way you present data must fit into the guidelines of the tier 2. If you have data that does not describe the production system, does not describe the animal or the feed, then that is not fit for tier 2 use. So that's why you are seeing blanks. So at least this project can put it into consideration that people are built in terms of their capacity to understand the tier 2 requirements and how it operates. So you can see that we are really doing very badly in terms of data. We had something like 10 sources of data for the period stretching from 1990 to 2025. Then in 2025, this is when we did the survey. We weighed animals and all sorts of things, but unfortunately, because of the budget, we only did this for the pastoral and agro-pastoral production system. So the other systems were not catered for. And that was only for 2025. So there's a very big gap in the data. Next. Then the lactation length. Still, you can see the lactation length from 1990 to 1994, there was no data. And the other years where we had data, I think the bias was in the intensive production systems, all people who are researching about dairy and about milk, lactation length, milk yield, they are doing it in the intensive systems. The other systems are neglected. So there's also a very big gap. So the survey we did collected data on lactation length and milk yield, but unfortunately we had to disregard the data. Because the enumerators, when we tried to test the quality of the data, it could not pass. The enumerators didn't do a very good job. So again, in this project, when you're training people, you must emphasize what the tier 2 requires and what it should be. So we had to lose that. That was a lost opportunity. Next. The next one was the calving interval. Still, the data sources were very low. From 1990 up to 2005, we couldn't get a single publication or single report that could pass the quality required for tier 2. Again, we collected that data in 2025 from the survey, but because of issues there and there, the data was disregarded. So we couldn't use it. Next. Dietary components and then the proportions of individual feedstuffs in the diet. Yes, at least here there's some good results, but still the pastoral and agropastoral were biased against. I don't know why there are very few research works in the pastoral and agropastoral, but mostly at least the intensive and semi-intensive were well catered for. And then also the survey that we did produced some good data. At least that data is there, only that it is for pastoral and agropastoral. Next. Then the chemical composition. We did dry matter, CP, metabolizable energy, and then digestible energy. Yes, at least we got some data, although between 1990 to 2002 there was nothing. And even the survey that we did, there was also a component of some lab analysis. We collected samples, and then that data is also there. But still, like I said, these were only from the pastoral and agropastoral production systems. Then we also had to rely on the Feedpedia. This is the database you all know, because of the so many gaps that we had. Next. Number of hours worked. We had only one publication in the whole country, and that was in 2015. And it was in the agropastoral system. That was expected because the other systems, they don't really need the animals for power. We also did that component in the survey, but still, I think the enumerators did not understand what this component was all about. The data they collected was not making sense. You could find some data saying that the animals are, on average, in the whole year, they are doing 12 hours per the whole year, which was quite outside the normal. So we had to disregard that data. So it was a lost opportunity. Next. Proportions of manure handled using different manure management systems. Between 1990 to 2019, there was no data. So the only data that was used, which I told you about, was in 2029. But that journal article was used as a proxy because it reported percentage proportions of farmers using the different manure management systems. Then for the survey we did, at least that data was collected. So that data is available, but unfortunately it is only for the pastoral and agropastoral production systems. So for the other systems, we completely have no data. So I think this project has to think about that. Next. I think this is the final. So conclusions, number one, generally there is lack of data covering the entire period 1990 to 2025. And the most affected parameters are population by production systems, and then the herd structure. Then the live body weights, especially for the calves, and then the females, the adult females. No studies are done on calves in Uganda, I don't know why. So we need at least to up our game a bit. But then for the adult females, I think the weighing equipment is not there. That's why people tend to run away from taking their weights. Still, we have some gaps in the feed basket, then hours of work, and then the manure management systems. Number two, most potential data sources, like the journal articles, the theses, are not detailed enough to meet the Tier 2 guidelines or quality standards. For example, you have to categorize the production systems and things like that. And then others were not complete for use or they are of poor quality. Then finally, there is a need for capacity building on Tier 2 data, particularly for requirements and collection. How we should collect the data. For example, in the survey we carried out, we designed it in such a way that the extension workers in the different areas we worked in were responsible for collecting the feed samples, and then they would send them to us to analyze in the lab. And we trained them. But surprisingly, we are receiving a number of samples with no fresh weight, meaning that you cannot do the dry matter. Yet we are trained them. So training is very, very important on how to collect the data and even what data is required. I thank you all. That was the last slide.
Thank you so much, Dr. Katongole. I think it is getting better, sweeter as we progress, because all the insights we are looking for, they are now coming. Areas that we want for improvements, the gaps that are existing, they are already in the flow. So on that note, therefore, allow me, first of all, forgive me for one thing that I've not done as the program of today. That when we came today was a rainy day. We galloped a lot of cups of tea, but I did not give direction of the place that we are going to help ourselves. Coming from that area of health and safety under ESS, I think I missed giving two parts. One, that area of importance, great importance. And then number two, the security and safety situation of this place. Those two things I would have given from the beginning, because it's very, very important for a project that is more compliant in this area. So, one, our places, the VIP areas, when we move out from the entrance we're coming in, you turn to your left, there are steps, on your left again, you slope down, don't follow the steps, proceed, on your left. You will see on your left for ladies, on your right for gents. So those are two areas. The other one is on the safety situation. Yes, please, those who came without cars, there is where is somebody from weather? Okay, according to the weather outlook and the update, there is a likelihood that again in the evening there will be rain. That is one. Two, the security of the town is safe. According to the data that we have retrieved, it is safe for all our colleagues that are coming from abroad. There is nothing that can make our lives unsafe. Then the third one is Kampala is peaceful. But is peaceful. 6, yes, beyond 6 is not. So you need a partner from Uganda to take you in some of the arcades and areas that you want to visit. So thank you so much. For the neighbor, please help. So again, let's give Dr. Katongole a very big hand of applause. I think some of the questions that Dr. John had initiated earlier, they are coming, they are being answered. The gaps, the management, the manure management, issues of genetics, we are now coming in to understand that yes, data is very, very important. And I think already we have actions we are taking as a team, livestock from MAIF, that we need to agree on some conditions on data collection, the requirements. Doctor has given us about harmonizing all our production systems. Dr. Ziwa also brought it up. So this is the time we need to rethink and see how do we harmonize together with the UBOS, such that the data that we are using across all the sectors that are utilizing this data is actually uniform data. So with that, I wanted to invite Dr. Idibu to take us through, because we're still in the same session 3. However, our time, we want to break. Dr. Idibu will prepare to be the first presenter in the next session. We want to go for lunch. It is already 1:30, 1:40. It's coming to 2. And when you look at it, that is one of the security issues. The moment you don't eat on time, it can impact on the health. So therefore, we don't want to put ourselves in the risky situation. And yet, we are also coming from the compliance level of environment and social safeguards. So on that note, therefore, Sylvia has the coupons, and probably Sylvia, where are we going for lunch? Paradise Restaurant, okay. If I can track my memory, Paradise Restaurant, it is on the ground floor. There are 2 ways. But from where we are, that is the longest route. But if you want to exercise, you can take it. Route number 1, we can still slope as we are going to the areas of washrooms. Instead of going straight to the washrooms, you turn to your right, then left. You proceed direct. You will get up to the gardens, then you turn to your left. That is Paradise Restaurant. Then, if you're using the longest route number 2 from here, when you get out from the conference, you don't slope down. You also go straight. We have stairs ahead. Slope down towards the reception. Turn to your left. Proceed to the gardens. That is Paradise. So those are 2 routes. So before we get there, I think we missed something. Our media team, they wanted at least something that shows this workshop took place. That is a group photo. So media team, Shamim and the team will guide us the best location where we can get. It is here. Okay. So do we remove this? All right, this is the platform we are going to use for taking, then we get for lunch. At least let's utilize about 45 minutes. We come back and conclude with today by 4. Thank you so much. Please, as you walk out, your laptops are safe. We have somebody who's going to be here permanently to safeguard our belongings. Thank you. Okay, let's save our time, please. Let's come for the group photo. Please. Please, let's save. Others can climb on the platform. Yes. Okay, Sylvia has the coupons. Sylvia, your hand up. Please pass the other lady waving and pick the coupon. Thank you.
Nanunga. Katosi. Aje.
Okay, dear participants, most welcome from the lunch break. I hope it was okay. How was lunch? It was very good. Good. All right. Good. Good. Sometimes you have to take evaluation, not for tomorrow, but for today. So otherwise, you're most welcome for our next session. We have under session number 3, we are left with one presentation from Dr. Idibu, and then session number 4, we are only going to have a session support to livestock MRV development, and this will be ILRI support to the development of the tools and approaches for livestock MRV data collection in Uganda. And for today, we shall end with the plenary of question and answer. So on that note, therefore, allow me invite Dr. Idibu to take us through on the presentation overview of livestock emissions research in Uganda and the current research capacities for generating MRV data. We're still within the session of data, and is going to give us some of the case studies, the capacity that exists, but also he will provide the gaps to be filled. So join with me, and we welcome Dr. Idibu to take us through the presentation. You're welcome.
Yes. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Let's get into this presentation. The first slide. Okay, my name is Joaquin Idibu, as he has rightly introduced. I'm affiliated to 2 institutions, that is Mazingira Center at ILRI, Nairobi, and also Makerere University, where I train and do research in animal-related activities. Now, my presentation is going to be on an overview of emissions. Before we broke for lunch, we had a look at the activity data. And the activity data is normally collected for the purposes of estimation of emission factors. So I'm going to augment that presentation by looking at what emission data exists within Uganda's livestock production system, and if it can contribute to MRV data, and if we have the capacity to generate the MRV data. So I'll look at MRV data. I'm going to start it the other way around, so that we first look at what are these MRV data to be generated. I'll be brief on that because people have given a lot of information on the type of MRV data which we are supposed to generate. Please go slowly. Yeah, thereafter, I'll then look at the current capacity in terms of human resource capacity, institution, technical capacity, and of course, every research activity requires some finance.
I'll just mention that and do not go in details over that. Thereafter, I'll look at the research landscape and the gaps. Okay, next slide. Now, when we talk about MRV data generation, we are looking at data generation for three key activities. That is measurement of greenhouse gases and compiling this measurement in standard formats which we can use to report this information to stakeholders, also to international community, and also how we can verify that data. Now, when you talk about MRV data and the type of MRV you want to generate, there are key questions which you need to ask yourself. Why am I doing the MRV? That will define the type of MRV you are going to generate and how. Then the methodology required to generate that data, and when. When should it be done? Of course, it has to be done both at the beginning of the project. If we are looking at Uganda Climate Smart Project, you need to have a baseline MRV data. Then you need to have post-project MRV data so that you can compare the impact of the project on greenhouse gases. So who does it? That one is very critical. We need to consider the entity responsible and capacity and resources that entity has. Next slide. So based on why we do MRV, we do MRV basically for three purposes. One is to track emissions so that you identify sectors that actually emit most, and you can concentrate your maybe mitigation measures in that sector. Then you do it also to look at the impact of mitigation actions, and MRV is also done to trace support in terms of technical finance from donors and impact of that finance. Now, based on that, if you look at the main project we are discussing here, in my analysis, our MRV is actually looking at mitigation action, because Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project is looking at how we can sustainably produce livestock products without having much impact on the environment. And that component can have three effects, three areas. If you are doing an MRV, to look at impact of a project on greenhouse gas emissions, you need to look at the greenhouse gas effects of that project. You look at the baseline, and you also look at after the project, emissions under project scenario. Then you have to look at the collateral benefits, that is sustainable development effects, which actually to most people, to most Ugandans, actual sustainable development effects is the primary outcome they're actually looking at. The greenhouse gas effect is only of benefit at higher level and policy. And also you need to look at how you can actually follow up on the progress of implementation of that project. So, next slide. So based on that, I'm going to concentrate on MRV for greenhouse gas mitigation. Now, there are several methods which you can use to collect data for MRV, and the data requirements to determine greenhouse gas effects. I will not talk much about the sustainable development effects because the project already has sufficient M&E framework to track actually the sustainable development effects and also progress of implementation. So my analysis will be pointing mainly at MRV for generation of greenhouse gas effects. Now, based on that, there are several methods which you can use. And most of these methods are actually, there are a number of methods, and they're generated under clean development mechanisms. And the data requirement, there are several methods. We have GRIM-I, which the first presenters have talked about. We have cleaned and tier 2. But most of these modeling approaches actually rely mainly on activity data and emission factors. And if you want also data on sustainable development effects, you may have to look at the socioeconomic data. But the key data sources which we need is data on activity data and emission factor. And several colleagues have talked about activity data. So I'm going to concentrate on the emissions. Next slide. Now, for the case of sustainable development tracking purposes, you'll need the methods have to be based on there are several methods that have been developed under nationally appropriate mitigation actions. There are some tools which have been developed under that, and also methods developed under clean development mechanisms. And those methods mainly look at the income, employment, health, and air quality related effects. Next slide. Then, of course, for implementation purposes, that is data related to performance indicators. And we are not going to talk more about that. We'll be concentrating on greenhouse gas effects. Next slide. Now, when you look at data requirements for greenhouse gas effects, for livestock MRV establishment, you need to look at major sources of greenhouse gases. And for animal, that is methane from enteric sources. That can be determined using IPCC Tier 2, GRIM-I, and several others. You will also need to determine methane from manure management system. You will need to determine nitrous oxide emissions from manure management system, and also nitrous oxide deposited on pasture through volatilization of nitrous oxide in manure. And also, you may have to look at emissions from the feed systems. A number of these projects are going to look at some feed interventions. So the interventions that are coming on the board, what will be its effect on emissions from the feed system? If you are transiting a farmer from natural pastures to grown pastures, you are going to introduce other actually mechanisms of growing that pasture, like clearing land. So land use is expected to change. You are most likely going to utilize fertilizer and maybe some herbicides. And you are going to process forage. All that will have some effect. So from forage production to consumption, it will have some effect. Okay, now when we talk about enteric methane emissions, people have talked about these parameters. You'll need body weight, but most important is we have to have a look at the measurement units. In most cases, from my analysis of existing emission data, you find people use actually different units. Now, to generate appropriate MRV for various models, data for MRV for various models, you need to have appropriate units. And these are units which have to be considered. And I'm not going to go into details of that because Constantine and others have talked about the factors. Then for manure also, you need to generate a lot of these other components, the manure management systems, the fraction of manure managed under different systems, the manure methane conversion factor. And at the moment, we are using, actually, I've highlighted 2 components in red. Methane conversion factor, we are using default value. But I would like to bring to your knowledge that at Mazingira, ILRI, an experiment has been done on methane conversion factor for dairy production, both under low management, medium management, and high management. So that paper is being written, and I think Claudia will talk about it. We are generating YM factor for Kenyan dairy system, but it could potentially be used also to calculate some of these emission, enteric methane emission factors in Uganda, because the rule is if you can't get a national data, the best alternative data will be data generated within the region. So YM factor for Kenya is available, covering both low management, medium management, and high management. So based on that, if we characterize our farmers appropriately, there are 3 YM factors from which you can choose and can be used to generate MRV for this system. And a component is on maximum methane production potential. I know at Mazingira also, Daniel has done a lot of research on that, biomethane production potential of various manure sources. The data, I've not yet seen the publications, but I'm sure we can generate our own information. And the team that are involved in the MRV for this project, I think it's something which you should look into. Okay, next slide. Now, for manure management, those are the various components, and I'll not go into details because Constantine has talked about. But for the case of feed, now if you look at emissions that is embodied within the feed systems, you will also have to get some information, especially if there is use of fertilizer involved. And such data can be obtained from various databases. One is GRIT, life cycle analysis databases. You can get information about that. Land use change, there you have to look at literature. And for the case of fuel, that is involved in maybe cultivation. I don't know if that is calculated under the project, under livestock, but I think that one could go more into the other sector. But you will need to get information, especially on the land use change, and that is very critical as a result of interventions through this project. Next slide. Now, let's look at research capacity. Under research capacity, I've looked at human capacity to conduct research. What human capacity does Uganda have to conduct actually emission research, emission especially from livestock sources? And for research capacity, you need to be able to, you need to be active in the research, collect and manage data, and do the measurements, and also do quality assurance and quality control. And institutional capacity, you need clear mandate to be able to generate MRV data, emission factor, emission data, and also the institutional arrangements and efficiency of the processes involved in the institutions. And also we are looking at the technical capacity, the appropriate methodologies to generate this emission and to obtain accurate data. Then platforms for data collection and management, and also, of course, financial resources. Next slide. Now, when I looked at the human resources, I rapidly dived into publications relating to livestock emissions and activity data that have been published in Uganda, and the publications which are actually good to generate activity data and emission. I looked at publications from year 2000 to date to determine the human capacity. And when I looked at the publications, I looked at the number of scientists involved in that publication and their institutions to also look at the institutional capacity. Now, based on that, when you look at it, you find enteric methane activity data. We have quite a number of scientists indicating human capacity. And when I analyzed from the year 2000 to date, there are a total of about 64 scientists that are involved in publications from which you can generate activity data. These publications were initially meant for academic purposes, but they have some data on either feed characteristics or animal productivity, or both. So based on that, there are quite a number of institutions. From MAIF, I found one publication that was done by Maholo in 2024. They did some work in Mbarara and in Nakasongola on emissions using Tier 2. They basically tested some feeding systems and also looked at animal breeds, Ankole and crossbreeds. And if you look at the institutions, of course, from Makerere, about 32 personnel that are affiliated to Makerere have been involved in publications that can generate activity data. And that is followed immediately by NARO. NARO has about 22 human resource capacity. Of course, there are several other involved in publications, but here I'm looking at mainly ruminant publications related to ruminant emissions, because most of the project activities are targeting cattle. So I'm looking at only those. So based on that, of course, Uganda has more institutions, about 10 to 12 public universities, and about almost 40 private universities. But those are the institutions where I could get human resources that could be used to generate that data. And someone would ask, University of Galway, is it part of Ugandan institution? No, but the publication was done by personnel who are doing their PhD there. We have Obed Mugumia and Roland Mugumia, so I suppose they are part of the research capacity within the country. That's why I've included them there. Then when it comes to enteric methane emissions, the capacity reduces a little bit. Based on available publications, I came across about 5 to 6 publications which have data on enteric methane emissions. And some of those publications were conference presentations. And again, there from Makerere, I can assure you the team involved in the MRV, if you consult Makerere, if you consult people in Naro, you will always get the expertise to guide in the development of sufficient data collection tool and also to generate emission data for this project. Then also we have from MAIF, as I say, Maholo did some work on both emission and activity data. And also there is some local agency called Global Agropastoral Resource Investment Services Uganda. I just came across it, but they also participate in generation of emission data. So next. Now, when it comes to manure, the ability, actually, the human capacity and institutions involved actually reduces drastically. As the previous speakers have talked about, manure area is still a virgin area which needs to be explored further. And the team for the climate smart MRV really needs to do a lot of work to generate manure data. But from Makerere, you have about 14 scientists that have been involved at least in emission and rather activity data and emission generation. 2 from Uganda Matters University, 1 scientist from Iluri got interested in manure activity data. Of course, I know Iluri has done a lot of work. This one person is Wanyama. I've included him here because he works with the Iluri campus within Uganda. So, Claudia, don't think that I'm not saying Iluri is doing less here. I'm including the human capacity within the country. So, that one person is Wanyama, and of course, with his team, they have done some work on the manure, and they are going to also look at manure emission. I know but they are looking mainly at manure from non-ruminant, that is pigs for Uganda. I think he will clarify more about that. Thanks. Next. Now, how about the institutional arrangement? Mandate organization. We have quite a clear institutional mandate. In the Uganda, Ministry of Water and Environment holds the center, the coordination power to generate this data. And of course, MAIF, if MAIF explores the administrative data, we can get actually sufficient information on livestock activity data, especially the hard structure, and also information on lactation. And NARO does a lot of research. NARO coordinates agricultural research in this country, so the mandate is very clear. And universities generate a lot of data, particularly Makerere University will be useful in generation of this. Then UBOS is responsible for national statistics. The hard structure we are utilizing comes mainly from UBOS. And of course, the other partners. Now we have international research, international partners, especially ILRI, has a lot of capacity in terms of even emission measurements, where you don't need to go into detailed activity data. You could just measure. ILRI has capacity to measure emissions, both from grazing animals on pasture and also under intensive systems. There are technologies that could easily be adopted here and could generate actually more accurate data where need be. Now, all these institutions can contribute, and for it to be effective, you need a central database. Actually, one of the biggest challenges in Uganda is that data is floating everywhere, but is highly fragmented. So for you to be able to generate this information, one aspect that has to be looked at is we have to look at database through the Ministry of Agriculture. Data which is essential for MRV, we should have a central database. Like at ILRI, there is a database called African Dairy Genetic Gain. It has information on Ugandan dairy systems. And if you go to that website, you could get information on animal activity data. So, which is an aspect which also the team can explore. But in Uganda also, we need to have a central database where if someone needs this information, can easily access it. And once you have that database, together with the institutions and the coordination body, we can generate MRV for methane emissions, mitigation action, and support. Of course, for verification, we'll need external reviewers, and then effectively we can distribute the data. Okay? Next. So, this one talks about the technical capacity. So, based on technical capacity, most of the activity data actually involves conducting surveys. And I posed some questions. Do we have greenhouse gas research platform to coordinate this effort? Which is an aspect which you should consider. You have the team, but you have some technicals outside there at the universities with NARO, which you can explore. And you form a platform that continuously continue improving the tools for the generation of data for MRV long after today's workshop. Next. So, based on that, now let's look at the current research on emissions. We have research. We have some. We have actually an updated Tier 2, national Tier 2 inventory for cattle, covering both dairy and other cattle. And Katongole has talked about that. And that means we already have some MRV on emissions, because that inventory is part of an MRV. So there is a national report which used Tier 2. And there is a student who did some masters recently and also used Tier 2. And that is, I think, part of the data Katongole's team used. And that data generated activity data, but also generated some emission factors, both absolute emission, then also emission intensity. Then Chigundu et al., 2019, that is one data where you could get some information on manure management in this country. And that information covers dairy and other cattle, and it covers mainly central pastoral system. In Buganda, it covers Nakaso, I think it covers Sembabule, Nakasongola, some areas around here. Then we have information on southwest pastoral system for dairy. That is Mugumia et al. And that information, that data involve longitudinal activity data collection that covered Isinjiro, Chiruhura, and Kazo. So, and in that presentation, I've seen Claudia's name is there. I think through her, there should be some data on animal activity data in southwestern Uganda, done by Roland Mugumia and Dale and Obed Mugumia. So there is some activity data for dairy. Then also there is some research activity data on both enteric methane and manure emissions that has been done in Mpigi and in Nakasongola. It's done by ILRI, by a group of Robaiza, and they used cleaned model, and it covers dairy and other cattle, and it covers Lake Victoria Crescent agroecological zone because Mpigi falls under that, and it also covers the central pastoral rangeland because it covers Nakasongola. And we have data. So based on this data, generally, if you look at Buganda, which is part of the Climate Smart project, there is quite a number of activity data and also emission data generated in this region. But of course, I'm aware this project covers other parts of this country. Apart from Buganda, we have some data on the pastoral rangelands in southwest that covers Gulu, and north and the semi-arid area of Karamoja that covers Moroto, done by Katongole and his team. But other parts where this project will be implemented, if you look at the number of agroecological zones, we have about 13 in Uganda, 10 to 13. But you find most of the available data is concentrated on agroecological zones around Buganda. And of course, we have data on agropastoral systems in the north and the semi-arid component in the northeast. So the team could benefit from that data. Next. Of course, now when it comes to manure, very little data. I came across, when it comes to manure emissions, I came across only about 2 publications. And those publications actually looked at composting, to be specific, vermicompost. There is little information on manure baseline emissions. And for you to be able to generate MRV for the project, you need baseline manure information in form of activity data. So there is limited activity that has been done there. Of course, now if you look at all these publications, they basically use the models. Apart from some measurements in manure research. That tells you we lack actually some capacity to do basic emission measurements in Uganda. We rely mainly on models. Okay, next. Now, based on that, the strength, we have some bit of human capacity, having up to 64 scientists involved in activity data, publications from which you can generate activity data, and also publications from which you can generate emission. Is not a small feat. But of course, if we can engage in future, if we form some network and bring on board scientists from various public universities, I think we could do better other than relying on some few institutions. And if we bring on board all these public universities, they are strategically distributed in Uganda's agroecological systems. Mountains of the Moon can take care of highlands. Moni in West Nile can take care of Savannah. Gulu University can take care of Mid-North. There is even a new university in Karamoja coming. Kapatu will take care of the semi-arid area. So we have the universities distributed almost in all our agroecological zones. Forming a network and bringing them on board will improve actually this data. Most importantly, we have active institutions. Existing data sets are there you could take advantage of, and linkages with ILRI and FAO is very critical in generating sufficient and consistent, accurate data for this MRV. Now, gaps, we generally have limited human capacity in greenhouse gas measurements and estimations. People have published, but that human resource is concentrated mainly at Makerere University, Naro, and there is some emerging personnel at the Ministry of Agriculture itself. And we have quite fragmented data sets. How do we form a database such that if you want activity data, you can go there and get the data you want? And of course, professional platform for coordinated research does not exist at the moment. We need a professional platform where we can coordinate research in activity data and emissions. And of course, there is institutional capacity gap in direct measurements. Now, when I looked at some of the research NARO is coming to do, they are going to test feeds, but they will also have to rely on modeling, denying us opportunity to generate our local data to determine methane conversion factors and enteric and manure conversion factors. So if there are some basic tools that are now emerging, like laser methane detector, we have sniffers that can be embedded in the feed system, and one could utilize that as we wait for more accurate measurements using more gold standard tools from ILRI, which is something which we need to consider. Of course, limited research activity in manure. We need to interest our researchers in that. Next. Okay, so based on that, I had opportunity to access the research component, and I think there are 5 projects that are funded under Uganda Climate Smart Project. They are looking at rumen microbiome, that is at Naliri. There is Resi beef nursery, I think that covers the Teso area. And we have climate smart dairy systems that covers East Elgon region, and EcoFeed that covers Naliri. And for all this, if we can find a way of talking to the scientists to generate activity data before they conduct this research, and activity data after the research, we should be able to generate some information right from these projects to facilitate MRV data generation. Now we have seed systems and breeds. Now the issue of breeds under Uganda Climate Smart Project, you'll probably have to rely on emission intensity. Otherwise, the real effect of breed on absolute emission may not come clearly because we lack measurement ability. And for feed improvement, unfortunately, I've not come across any life cycle analysis for feed emissions associated with feed. So I leave you to ponder based on that. How are we going to carry this MRV? When should it be done, and who should do it? When should it be done? We need some baseline information for projects. Of course, this can be generated, especially for central region. There is a lot of activity data that can provide secondary data. And for even Southwest, we have some longitudinal surveys on animal activity data. If we talk to the right institutions that are involved in that, we can get secondary information which we can only complement with maybe some short surveys to maybe fix some data gaps, especially related to effect of the project on manure emissions. Yeah, so thank you for listening to me.
Doctor, thank you so much. And closing with that part of climate smart MRV. And I think what Doctor has cited here, Jimmy and the NARO team, I think there is an opportunity to build the capacity here, because the project has the grants of applied and even students, a number of students that we are going to support. So this is the time. Probably we needed to have invited one of the students within the MRV to be part and parcel of this workshop, but also to find the best way possible how to bring the list that has been here. But what I know, these are institutions. How about the students? We have PhD students. Is it about 18? We have 22, I think, for masters. So are they part of this? I think in the next activities that we are going to have, already we have the capacity that can be expanded to build on the existing ones, but also to look at the scope of their concepts. As they concentrated within, climate smart is implemented across all the 13 agroecological zones. We call them the sub-regions. So we also needed to take the opportunity and see these research areas, whether they are distributed across all this. So I think that is the food for thought for us, the implementers, and NARO particularly, such that we don't want to miss the data, and that was the reason. What was the reason of these grants is for us to get information that will support us in the implementation of the project. So I think this is a discussion we are going to take. Again, thank you so much, Doctor, for the presentation and also giving the gap, because I was looking at it and I was wondering that where is Maif, and it came as one person, but I think we are there. Imelda, I think we are there. Yeah, the platform Doctor talks about, I think Imelda here is in charge that part. So probably we shall have a discussion with the team so that we harmonize the implementation. So on that note, without wasting time, we have our last presentation. Then we go for Q&A, and we conclude the day. But as far as I see our time, we are running. We had agreed in the morning by 4. We need to break. So on that note, therefore, allow me invite the next presenter in the next session, session 4, where we are going to look at support to livestock MRV development. And the first presentation will be done by Dr. Claudia. In the morning, she had provided a lot in the discussion session. She had provided, but I know she's just going to give us now the highlights in order to conclude the day. And therefore, she's going to give us the presentation of ILRI's support to the development of tools and approaches for livestock MRV data collection in Uganda. I think Doctor already highlighted that there is one. Uganda is also represented. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to talk about how ILRI can support the project. Some of the things I have on the slides we already talked about. We go over a little bit quicker because I also understand you would like to escape traffic. So I really understand that. The slide's up already. So well, they're not there yet, but I have them in front. So next slide. So first is, why does all of that matter? And livestock matters really much for food security, income, and resilience. And when we talk about livestock, it's not just productivity, it's really livelihoods and food security as well. And from there, we have these major sources of emissions, which is enteric and manure methane. And Uganda is going to be facing growing food demand because of population growth, but also climate change. So we also need to be prepared to have more resilient production systems that can face climate change. And we need to, while we're addressing emissions, we really need to align that with productivity, and we need to have production increases, as we discussed before, because the farmers are not going to implement anything to reduce emissions because they need to have a benefit from it. Somehow they need to gain profitability, otherwise they're not going to be able to implement mitigation strategies. And only that way we can scale climate smart interventions. So when we look at the core challenge, I'm already on the second slide, third. So we already mentioned there are fragmented data sets, we have limited coordination, so we actually need to pull everything together into one database. We need to have actually consistent methodologies. This is also a problem. Everybody is using slightly different methodologies. We have only limited tier 2 readiness, and somewhat of a, like, we need to know what institution is responsible for what, and I think the project is going to allow us to do that. And when we do that, we can reduce the uncertainty around emissions, limit the ability, like increase the ability to track emissions, and potentially also raise some climate finance opportunities to increase implementation of any of the strategies. But any of the strategies we're looking at needs to be profitable for the farmer without climate finance. Climate finance is a plus, which can help us getting more money to the farmers, to give them more capital to maybe increase more interventions or invest more into their farms. But we cannot have any single strategy, I think, that only builds on carbon markets, because we don't know if it's going to continue to be there. Next slide. So this is just a quick, again, what's MRV? It's monitoring, measuring. So we have data collection, which is the activity data. We have the reporting, so we have emission estimates and emission factors, and then we need verification, like the data quality assurance and data systems. But it's just a simplified concept here. When you go to the next slide, the MIV system, again, you see what's all part of it. It's not just one model, it's a bigger system. And Bernard, when he's going to talk about the Kenyan experience, so he's going to be much more detailed on that than what I'm going to be, because we can give technical support, but I don't have, to the extent, the experience with putting the whole system into place that Bernard really has. When we look at tier 2, why it matters, if we move to tier 2, we actually have country-specific and more accurate data. We can just make better decisions, we can track mitigation, we can have national inventory improvement, access carbon markets potentially, and yeah, through project level MRVs. So that's why we have that. And now, next slide, how ILRI can support Uganda is we can help co-develop the MRV system architecture. We can build national capacity, which we've already been doing. Ibra did his PhD with ILRI. Now we have Idibu doing that. We have another student from Nauru doing the SF6 technology, where we're measuring emissions on pasture and intake of animals on pasture and digestibility. So he is Ugandan as well. He did the measurements in Kenyan systems, but he's going to come back here with the capacities that he built while he was with us in Kenya, going to be able to implement the same things here in Uganda as well. And the same Idibu, when he finished with us, he goes back to Makerere with all the skills he's learned to like help improving climate smart livestock production in Uganda. We can support with tier 2 methodologies. We also have some data which actually still Ibra is going to present tomorrow, and Iribu already mentioned that can be part of the data network, and we can also share about experience we have with data collection. And also how to pilot, like design interventions and how to pilot them to get the best way of collecting data to make sure we have a baseline, but also the mitigation strategies at the same time. Next slide, please. So together we can work on country-specific emission factors, validate activity data sets, help to have MRV data-ready tools, integrate data into inventories, and work on MRV protocols interventions. And also what's important, the intervention rollout, that we can do it in a way that we capture baseline while also testing the intervention. Next slide, please. So this is more from data to MRV system. I think we're skipping that one and going to the next one. The biggest bottleneck is really, again, data. So we have a lot of data that's missing, where we need better data, which is feed intake and quality, animal productivity, manure management systems, and general system clarification, what we already talked about, especially in smallholder and more informal systems. And when we work on the MRV, we need to decide what systems are we going to go for, what are the minimum data we want to collect. And I think when we go from these meetings here, we should have an idea on what's the way forward, what data do we want to collect, what systems should we be going from, how we're going to do that. So, next slide, please. We had all these data where we discussed what you need for a tier 2, but we also need to, when it comes to MRV systems, we need to look at, this is less data already, and maybe even simplify it further. Once we classified the systems, we need to have simple way of actually collecting the data to see if the interventions and if we have productivity gains. So we cannot always do complete data collection. So we need to understand what is the data we really need to have, and there's no compromise on which ones we may be able not to collect to actually be able to collect it over a wide area. When it comes to farm data collection approaches, so we can do, for MRV, we have farm data. So we're taking the data from the farm to classify systems to look what's going on. But then also we can have, if we want to know what different interventions are doing, we can look at controlled experiments, like what Iribu talked about, the YM factor. So that's how much methane an animal produces per kilogram of dry matter intake. So we can look at what are the most common diets and actually run an experiment for that to get this factor to improve the emission estimates, the emission accuracy. Because there is where Africa is a little bit, or is not as well represented in IPCC, because the data or like the equations that are there are often not from Africa as a system as a whole. So there is stuff we can do. Also with manure, I think Ibra, you guys are actually doing on-farm intervention trials in Uganda right now with manure emission reductions and nutrient cycling as well within the project that we have. So there's things we can do underneath controlled circumstances to look at the effects, and there's the data, farm data we need to collect. So we need to find a balance, and we need to really decide what are the most important points where we actually want to look at because we think it matters most. So this is an older slide, but it's okay. So we have different tools and approaches. So we have a tier 2 modeling framework, and we have basically 3 guidelines, one for the cattle, one for small ruminants, and one for manure. And it's really specific on how to collect data. So over the years, we've collected a lot of activity data, and we've encountered many challenges. So we've written up these protocols, and you can actually look at it as one on, like, each step is described how you collect the certain data, and that could potentially be used as a basis and then maybe adopted to what works best for us here in Uganda. But like we really tried from our experience in Uganda, Tanzania, and Ethiopia and Kenya to write up how to collect that data. And we also have ODK surveys online that can be downloaded. Other tools are, for example, Gleam, as we talked about, to calculate emissions, or the IPCC spreadsheet. So measurements, so we talked about measurements. So when we do actual measurements, we try to improve the tier 2 emission factors, so it can be either through activity data or getting better input variables into these equations. One thing we are also doing right now, we're looking at dry matter intake prediction equations using Africa data. We have a database there, and we think that IPCC is not really good in predicting dry matter intake for our cattle systems, because we saw a lot of difference between our predictions and actually what was measured on the ground. So now we're trying to have predictions with data that's available, and there we actually need more help seeing other data that we may not be aware of from Uganda and other countries to get these equations actually better. And a big issue that is the digestibility that we don't really know, because we're using composition data from feed that we analyze, but then the equations we use for estimating digestibility for IPCC is then again an equation, at least that we use, that was developed in Australia, not in Africa. So there is an issue there, but if we do the dry matter intake prediction from actual diet ingredients, we skip that issue and get a better equation, and we hope at least. So we're working on this, and that's a project for us this year and next year to get that in better shape. So from general MRV implementation, we need to be simple. We need to use available data, and we basically built it over time and get more complex. It's the same as Bernard was saying around inventory. It's a work in progress. Whenever you get more data, you make it better. We need to focus on the largest emission sources. Let's not spend a lot of time on stuff that's not significantly contributing, but also let's also look at where do we have a lot of opportunity to mitigate, because we may have some emission source where opportunities to mitigate are not as big, but others that are maybe not that big but have huge opportunities to mitigate. So we need to look into that. We need to figure out what's the institutional ownership and build a quality system and avoid over complex systems. We really need to be simple so we actually can collect the data. And then linking MRV to interventions. So we want to be able to actually track interventions. And the question is, are we looking at interventions or are we looking at intervention packages? We're probably looking at intervention packages for different systems. But that's something we need to discuss, and what interventions we want to look at. And why intervention packages matter is often when you go to a farm and you see a skinny cow, it's probably doesn't get enough feed, or the feed supply is not proper, but it may also be sick. And you don't actually know. Like, there's multiple factors that feed into the well-being of that animal. So we need to at least look into that and give farmers the tools to improve in all of these areas. So again, for different systems, we're looking at different feed improvements, we're looking at different health interventions, and also on reproduction, and if you want to look in breeding and so on, to have a bigger impact. Because if I have a healthy cow, I'm not able to feed it, that cow is still not going to produce. Or if I feed the cow really well and it gets sick, it's also not able to produce. So you need to have a intervention package that's holistic to address the cow and the farm as a whole, and not just one area of it. So with the interventions, we can help to identify and prioritize interventions and give data where we have data. We can also look at how do we pilot this and how do we actually measure the impact, and how we're then linking it back to the MRV systems. Because we need to have solutions that can be scaled and measured at the same time. So for co-designing interventions, we need to look at the system, we need to look at the intervention packages, look at what data we require to know, like look at these interventions and get proper answers, like impact of the interventions, how we measure it and how we pilot it. And then we have a better rollout for scaling. So if we go from a farm pilot to rollout, we can test interventions first, measure impact. Then we may want to adjust however we're doing the intervention, because we may suggest or like have an adapted intervention and then we roll it out for farmers, but then we have farmer preferences. So they may change the interventions. So we want to maybe change it. There's also another thing we may want to look at. Another colleague works with pioneer farmers, which is an important, pioneer farmers are also willing to teach other farmers, which makes them pioneer farmers, and they're better than average, but they're not out of reach of average. So they're actually, a normal farmer, average farmer can relate to them because they're doing better, but they're not doing out of reach better. And they may be doing certain interventions already and they're working for them. So we may also want to observe what they're doing to improve, for example, forage quality and so on, because it's already working for them. So it's likely that it works for the other farmers having a similar system. So we also want to pay attention to these farmers and work with these farmers, because then we may not even need to adjust, because we already know what they're doing for that system and it's working for them. And then basically once we know what is working for the farmers, we can help scaling that through microfinance and so on. Oh, I talked about this slide before. So, so when we look at implementation, so we first have, as a repeat, we have the foundation, we do the data mapping, minimum data set, institutional role, so we need to be clear on this. Then we're testing the interventions in the MRV systems, and then in phase 3, we can actually go to scaling. And then for the MRV tracking tool, we wanted to like, the simplest and easiest, but maybe Bernard has more, we need to know productivity. It would be good to know what interventions the farmer have so we can actually attribute it to the interventions. Also economic data, so we can actually look at the farm profitability and see what's more profitable for farmers, because we're always going to be limited on what interventions we can be scaling and be supporting. We cannot support everybody. And track the impact. And there's one other thing, what I've got from another study we do on mastitis right now. We looked at mastitis and mastitis intervention, and if we would actually would be able to reduce mastitis from 50% of the farms we're working with, we would be able to recover 80% of the milk. But that says we need to go to the farms that have more animals with mastitis. So they were slightly bigger farms. So it was farms like the biggest farms we went to. So it's like you already are able to recover a lot of milk and produce more and have a higher food production by not reaching 100% of the farmers, because we will never reach 100% of the farmers, and we also need to be realistic on adoption. I don't know what a good adoption rate is. We're going to look at the intervention test trial we did. When I talked to an American colleague who worked on mastitis, and they had a quality-based milk payment system, a good adoption rate was 30%. It was very low, but for her, success meant 30% adoption. Maybe you can share people with experience with intervention trials, how good a good adoption rate here actually is and what we expect. So to move on, what we need to agree on is what's the MRV objective, our system boundaries, the minimum data sets we want to have, what are our institutional roles, our priority intervention packages, and how we're going to roll it out. So these are things we need to discuss and agree on. And I don't know, hopefully we can do that sooner than later, because then we can move forward. So the proposed next steps is basically we need an MRV framework, identify the intervention pilot, select pilot areas, develop the ODK tools, pilot and MRV and interventions, and develop a rollout plan. And yeah, with that, MRV is not just reporting. Like for us, it's supposed to be a system to guide interventions and scaling. And it must be simple. It must be owned by Uganda, linked to the intervention packages, and designed for actually scale. And also we need to it needs to be able to continue after the project. So as was said, legacy effect of the project. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. I now see a lot of recap, we have information that from the beginning up to now. But what struck me is the final slide. That is giving us the direction from the objectives up the implementation. So therefore, at this time, I want us to move to the next step. But as we move on, this gives us to ponder a lot. The wild ideas we had when we were organizing the workshop, that how are we going to achieve? What information, which data, which institutions, what are the roles for specific institutions? Now up to this particular moment, now we have a very clear direction where to go. So on that note, therefore, what time? It's already 4 o'clock and we had agreed in the morning by 4. And the other information, in the morning I told you, in the afternoon I told you that I also need to keep updating you, 1, on the safety measures, 2, on the security update. So, His Excellency the President, we are near his residence and it's within somewhere. So after some time we might not exit the hotel because he will be coming. So for the team that is exiting, you bear. But if we finished early, then we are able to exit through town, not going upward through the Nile Avenue. So at this time, Dr. John, I think our next step is a Q&A, some discussion. I don't know whether we take it up, but for any comment, for any questions that we have generated out of the presentation from Dr. Katongole, Dr. Idibu, and up to now what Claudia has concluded with. Thank you so much, Doctor. It's going to take us in that discussion such that we clearly identify the roadmap for the development of the MRV system. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. By the way, the project coordinator is around. He doesn't want to be introduced because he won't surprise you tomorrow. So I'll leave it as that. I don't know whether this is going to be a question and answer session because, one, the message is very clear. We've been getting information, the data, the capacities issues, the challenges, the good thing that we have. Idibu was painting a bit of a rosy situation in Uganda. We have capacity, maybe some capacities are missing. Dr. Katangole today was saying, my friend, we have gaps. But again, they are saying, it depends. And the system. But so for me, I was wondering if you would take this time to focus on what Claudia just said, and I think that, can we put Claudia's presentation, and the one that looks like a snake. We look like a snake man, Arakeli. Because I think that's really where we probably need to go now, with all what you're doing, so that we get specific. DJ, huh? Yes, how do I've been told that we can also pick tea. I don't know which one comes first. Emma? Working tea. So once you want the coffee, just walk in and pick. Are we there? DJ? I covered so many things, so I know when to use them and when not to use them. The 5 steps, but before we get to the 5 steps, the reason I wanted to do this NPCA was because of one thing, the coordination of this work program. We want to be clear about it. And Jimmy and the team, this is something that we also be very concrete about by the time we leave here, and then see what to do with that. But identification of priority systems. And I have a question for there. I say, look, how do you identify these systems? Based on what? That's a question, and I'm throwing that question to us, so that we are very clear. And I think we need to make this very, I know Claudia is busy, and the team, we could pick her mind and so that we're able to move. And some of this we're going to have meetings with her probably online. So we need to define, I need to be clear about that. How do you define the system? And I think Celestine, Celestine had this question here, he said in the livestock work, in the census of livestock, is it Celestine or, sorry if I mix the names, you're saying we have 4 systems. And then I think in the IPCC tier 2, it has different systems. And we need to define those systems. And I don't know, the different system, GLEAN and GLEAM, I don't know what it takes, but we need to define that. And maybe outline and then choose from there and see what we can integrate. And then number 2, the packages. Tomorrow, as a project, we have a clear packages for the livestock work program. And I was asking the livestock lead, maybe we squeeze you tomorrow on the packages as well, so that we show you what it is. I'm not discussing about those packages. What are the packages that we need? And Emma, let us see how to modify the program for tomorrow to have the livestock team present the packages, and then we can agree and disagree with those packages. And I think that will work for us. I don't know what this define what? No, let me get my notes here. Define the required data, that's okay. We will do that with the packages as well. The measurement approach. Design the measurement approach. That's also something that we need to do. We may not be doing it at the end of the workshop, but maybe something we need to put time there, as long as we define the rest tomorrow. And then be able to pilot farms. Again, this is one critical area. And initially we're thinking after the baseline, then we're able to do the pilot, to select the pilot farms. But either way, we need to discuss how to select the pilot farms as well, and do a bit of experimentation and some different things as Claudia and the team was proposing. I hope that's clear. But let us just focus on one. How do you identify the priority farming systems? And Idibu and Dr. Wanyama, you had hands. Yes.
Okay. When we talk about the livestock systems, of course there are multiple, but we need to identify livestock systems that actually has about 80% of cattle, because most of the project activities are on cattle. So let's look at which livestock system has 80% of Uganda's cattle, because we need to look at the major ones. Like tethering, I think, how many animals are under tethering?
Using the UBO statistics, tethering as the highest. It's highest, about a good number of people are actually tethering now, and largely because of land issues.
Yeah, but how many animals are under that? You know, the households could be very many, but they are tethering 1 or 2 animals. Now, the pastoral system, you find one household has like over 50 animals. So that one you could find, much as the tethering is the main system used, but the animal as a proportion of total livestock population in Uganda could be small under the tethering system. So I think one criterion we could use is what systems has 80% of Uganda's dairy animals, and what system has 80% of Uganda's beef cattle. That will identify the systems. Thanks.
Dr. Wanyama?
Thank you. So just in relation to what Edibu has said, also we need to set a target where we are going to make a lot of gains, either in terms of greenhouse gas reductions or increase in productivity. So I think it's also related on where most animals are, but that's one of the indicators that we need to put in mind. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Another thing I think you need to take into account where you see the development, what systems are going to be increasing or where more animals are going to be, what systems may be disappearing. So a little bit of a future view on that may be good too. Bernard, what recommendations from Kenya?
So just giving again the statistics from UBOS, tethering is gaining. We see paddocking, called rangeland for beef, also gaining, and then zero grazing is also gaining. So in terms of specifically this, the grazing one is the one that is slowly getting ticked off. So I think I want to just give that highlight so that probably we are aware about that. And I think those are very good comments for us. Dr. Celestine, sorry, I like Celestine for some reason. And that's why I miss, when I want to call, I miss his phone number.
We want to implement, whether they would result in some reductions in the emissions or not. Then they would guide us identifying which production systems.
Okay. One thing that I picked from you when you're making a presentation is that we need to look at, for me, is the systems that are defined in our modeling tools. And then pick the systems and say, okay, where do we place them based on all this that we are discussing? You think that's a better approach?
Yeah, but we need to first agree on how to characterize those systems. Just like I said, the way you characterize systems in Uganda is very different.
Different from?
From projects, from researchers, from what you call intensive, somebody else calls it semi-intensive, something like that. Like you gave an example of agropastoralism. What we actually call agropastoralism is not agropastoralism. So we need to first agree on how to characterize these production systems.
Very good. I think I get the picture. Dr. Ziwa, so you're saying, I have a question for you. If you have to make this official, what process do you take it through? And say, look, you boss, this is how you do it. Because we need it for MRV. Is that something that we should do?
Yes. My thinking, just in addition to Constantine's submission, we really need to reflect on what we want to appear in our MRV, and also, like Claudia said, what do we see persisting in the future? Now, if we start to categorize our systems and say there is a system called tethering, you know, in most cases, tethering is a semi-intensive system, because people who tether are most likely, when the animals go back home, to even supplement. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, if we take that nomenclature of categorization and we say semi-intensive, and then we say tethering, and we say intensive, and so on, it becomes challenging, and we shall have a lot of duplication. But one thing, I think, I don't know whether it is still Constantine, who said, can we look actually at the packages in this project? Because when we look at the packages, and say one of the package is to improve feeding, nutrition of the animals, we need to examine how do we want to improve this nutrition. Is it by crop residues? And if it is by crop residues, we know that where your crop residues are forming over 10% of the diet, then this goes to the agropasture. If we say we have packages or working on nutrition and using the total mixed rations 100%, then this goes to the intensive or the industrial system. And then we shall see other systems that are related to pasture improvement. If it is pasture improvement and the animal is based on the pasture, then it is a pasture production system. The animal is going to be on the pasture. But still, even in this system, when we improve pastures, we can track the benefit of this improvement in terms of productivity and the subsequent mitigation in related to intensity of emission. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have work cut out for us. Dr. Kakungulu? The microphone is here, so no problem. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just referring to what Dr. Katongolo shared, when we need to agree on the different systems as a team to harmonize, because you can talk about the system in terms of the feeding, in terms of the numbers, in terms of the management. So it's an area that we need to harmonize, and that then we can be able to define the different systems that we are going to look at, as than looking at the packages. So the issue is we need to harmonize on the systems. There is a gap there.
Okay.
How do we characterize them and how do we define them?
So we'll have specific time for that, yes?
Thank you. I'm looking at what we are discussing from
First, introduce yourself, Sarasa.
I'm Dr. Sari from Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Yes. Now, whatever we are discussing, we are looking at the interaction. The human-livestock interaction with the environment. Where we have a high human population, certainly a certain production system will work. And where we have low human population, then you will find open grazing and the rest. But when we are discussing the intervention where we have these packages, the packages will differ depending on the varying population of livestock and human. Because if the interaction of human livestock environment is low, you will find more animals in those areas where there is low human population. Because the resource is now the determining factor. And how these two interact is now the result of the production systems. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just adding a little bit on what Emmanuel has talked about.
Let's look at this project has some packages. Now, based on the project document, maybe the MAIF team could help us, give us which systems are each package targeting. Because if you are looking at maybe the system which the project is targeting, will define the MRV target, because we are looking at MRV for the interventions. So, MAIF people should, as you say, maybe adjust tomorrow's presentations. We need to know which systems are these various packages targeting, and that will define actually the system to be used in the MRV. Thanks.
Okay, I think today when I was making a presentation, I was trying to bring some of the interventions that we are providing. But I think this is the problem. Tomorrow we shall have a session, or not a session, I mean a presentation on the packages for beef and also dairy. They are very clear, and this is in the implementation manual of the project, and the team has done a very good job and very passionate about it. So we'll have a discussion on that, but I think what I see from here is that we have our work cut out. One, we need to make sure, I think what you said about a professional platform should be there, and I think we have a team that will form a platform, and I think NARO, academia itself, MAIF, and the Minister of Water, I think that's the platform that is Minister of Finance. Huh? So the platform is already there, but I think for the livestock team, we'll embed it under the project, and they'll be working with our SLM. So that is something that we need to do clear, and then this is going to be captured as things that we need to. I thought the aspect of identifying farming systems is going to be easy. I find it's more complicated than I thought. So we will have a sit down to make sure this moves faster, at least before the month ends, so that we are able to run with all this plan that we need to do. With this, I don't want to cause more trouble, but I wanted to ask if there anybody wants to some clarification from Idibu, Celestine, and Madame Claudia's presentation. Anything that you want to learn? Yes, and it's good coming from MAIF now.
Yeah, thank you so much, John, and thank you so much, colleagues, for the presentation. Dr. Wanaka Deogratius is my name, from MAIF, and under the livestock value chain. I just had maybe I needed some clarification when Dr. Is it Katongo?
Yeah? Katongole?
Dr. Katongole, yes, when he was talking about the presentation, when you consider dairy, for example, as a breed, is it the conventional classification or is it specific? For example, when you talk of dairy breeds, when we are looking at this, is it specific dairy breeds or an animal which gives milk? I needed some clarification on that. Then two, Mr. Katongole, there was a contradiction you gave and it was key. And I thought you would expound a little more on it. You thought much as the extension workers were trained, they still could not provide for fresh weights. And yet then you concluded by saying training is key. What missed out in that? Because they were trained, they didn't do the right thing. And I know extension workers are key for us in most of this. Maybe you would give a little more advice on that.
And the DVOs are here to help us explain better.
Yes, and then Dr. Claudia, okay, all the presentations have AI. AI for us is very key, is one of our flagship activities under the project, because we think this would help us so much in improving the breeds. But maybe I wanted you to guide us, especially now that you have been so much into this. AI results don't come immediately. Because when you serve animals, for example, they take a while. Within that period, before we realize the improvement in the genetics, shall we not be blamed again for expounding on greenhouse gas emissions? For example, the lowest period is 9 months before an animal calves. Within that period, people are running about with motorbikes, and you know, especially when you are looking at where you said in the data system, where we are looking at the holistic evaluation of the greenhouse gas emissions.
The life cycle, okay.
The life cycle, yes. Somebody could easily say, within this period, before the genetic improvement, can we calculate? Because between the admission of AI and seeing the results, might we not be blamed for expounding on greenhouse gas emissions? Has there been any calculation to come out with a net, for example, before and after realizing AI? Just need clarification on that.
That's a good one. I hope that Dr. Bernard Kimoro will have something from Kenya to excite us on that one. I guess the questions for you and for Claudia. You can begin. You have a question. So which one do you want to do first? Thank you. You want to ask the question to who?
My question is to
Ibu. To Ibu?
Yes.
Oh, okay. If it was me, I would have run away, but that's good.
I'll start with the contradiction he has mentioned. Yes, it is true. Actually, the blame was on our side. We should have written down a protocol and given it to the extension workers to go with it, showing them what they are supposed to do.
Yes.
But we just talked about it in the training, and we thought they had grasped the concept, which didn't actually sink in some of the extension workers' minds. So next time we have to write these things down, sort of somebody's protocol. Sample, take the weight, record, seal, something like that, then send. Hope I've answered. Then number two, you asked me about the dairy classification or categorization.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about animals that produce milk. They call it commercial quantities. So an animal that does not produce commercial quantity is not regarded as a
But
dairy.
then how do we define commercial quantity?
Yes, that's the issue now.
Actually, I think I had the same presentation from Merrill. I think he said high output, low output. And I was wondering, how do you define high output? Yes.
But again, the guidelines have those two categories: the high producing and the low producing. What might not be dairy to some countries might actually be dairy to our situation. There's a provision for that. So it's not rigid or cast in stone. And so it's not rigid. So my question to Idibu, when you presented about the human resource numbers, and you said there was one from Maif, actually, when you look at the resources you went through, some of the works that we did, actually like the work I presented, was done with the Maif, Makerere University, and even the Ministry of Water and Environment. And you had that document. So what informed your decision of one, yet the document was reading Makerere University, Maif, and Ministry of Water and Environment? Thank you.
We are in trouble. Can I first give Dr. Wanyama, I think he had something to say.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just talking about the clarification, the classification for like dairy animals. For Sub-Saharan Africa, they consider, according to the enhanced IPCC methodology, they consider an animal to produce around 1,300 liters of milk per day. No, rather per year. Yeah, sure. Sorry. Yeah.
So and per day, what is that?
No. I mean, 1,300 liters per year. Yeah. Anything below that is considered in the other group of other cattle.
Okay. So we need that the mathematicians make sure 4 liters. So in Uganda, the average is 5 liters. We shall do the maths. Yes. Not
Yeah,
yes.
but in UBOS statistics, they have like animals are disintegrated into like dairy, and then like that. No, at least you can calculate the amount of liters an animal can produce in a year.
Yeah.
from the UBO statistics. So we can infer to that, yes, the animals which like produce 5 liters, but there are those which can produce even around 10 liters. So using UBO statistics, we can have that disintegration.
Correct. An addition on that, before you answer your problem, can we have a microphone?
I think if you look at volume 4, chapter 10 of the guidelines, it's very clear about the difference between dairy and non-dairy.
So, team, volume 4 and chapter 4, and I think something. We all need to have
volume 4, chapter 10, eh?
Yes.
That's the one where we are looking at the livestock emission categories. It's very clear about when you talk about dairy and non-dairy cattle. For dairy, if your objective is to produce milk for commercial purposes, your objective, remember, that is your objective.
Yes.
Yeah? For commercial purposes.
For the market.
Yes.
For Uganda, it's only for the market.
Yeah, because if you talk about 4 liters, for example, what he's talking about, then all animals in Uganda are dairy animals, which is going to really raise your emissions. You don't even have the other categories. Yeah? So the objective is what is critical, because we are talking about anthropogenic emissions, human related activities. Yes. Emissions out of human related activity. Your activity here is commercial dairy production. That is the objective. All right? So it's very clearly defined that it is the objective. So if your objective is about commercial milk production, then you're contributing to anthropogenic emissions. All right? So that's a clear definition, because if you go to the other definitions, it's going to bring in a lot of confusion, and you can start taking your animals which are non-dairy cattle into dairy, and it will bring in a very big problem for Uganda. All right? Okay. So let's because when you start now looking at again, emissions are like I said, they are direct emissions, but you also have another classification for emissions. We have scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Yeah? If you look at the value chain emissions, which are in scope 3, where you're looking at the life cycle and you're using glean, for example. Yeah? Then some people...
The motorcycles.
Forget about the motorcycle. That is a different sector. The motorcycle now there, we consider it as transport. So the emissions are considered under transport. Yeah? But if you're talking about IPCC, if you're talking about life cycle assessment, yes. It then comes to livestock. Yeah. But remember, the more you keep a bull, the more emissions you'll have. And the type of emission you have is even worse than the motorcycle. Because you're talking about methane, which has a higher radiative forcing compared to carbon dioxide from the fuel that is actually consumed. So those are the kind of things that can be done. I have not seen any study that does that. I don't know how many inseminations per conception. But if you look at it, I think if you look at the number of inseminations per conception, maybe a maximum of 3, look at those emissions against having a bull, you'll have more emissions from the bull than even the emissions from the motorcycle. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, so that's how we look at it. The guidelines are there are things, there's a lot that is within the guidelines, but you have to read between the lines to be able to understand exactly what is there. And the first guideline to read is the one on volume 1. Yeah, we call it the general guidelines and reporting. All right? That is the volume 1. It will give you even about selection for the tire, for example. Yeah? Okay. Then you go to volume 4, chapter 10. It gives you now how you zero in on livestock and the definitions. Forgive me, I also wanted to lay on what has been said about understanding the different livestock production systems. Yeah. It's not that we don't know them, and this is something we have had a big problem in Kenya. We need to have everybody understand what is meant when you talk about intensive, semi-intensive, and extensive system. So if you're putting your tethered animal in a certain system, everybody needs to understand. Yeah? So it is not wrong for us to go back and create a general understanding of what we mean when we are placing these animals in different production systems. Yeah.
Good. I think the message is clear. One, there's a lot of reading to be done. Chapter 1, chapter 4, those are the things we need. Is it volume 1? And okay, we need to do that. We'll share definitely, yes. Okay, they are online, but people will read the links, and so that life is easy. So that's one thing that we need to do, and then there's work set out in, I think Flavia triggered people's, hand is next. Idibu, now you have a problem to answer.
Okay. Now, when I was analyzing the human capacity, I looked at the planning component and the implementation component. Just like in a war, you need generals who plan, and you need the men to execute that activity. So when you look at especially the national tier 2 inventory, there are quite a number of people who made contributions to that tier 2 inventory, but they were in acknowledgement. That means they were not the generals, they were executors. So I was looking at the people at the planning phase, ownership of the authorship. So that is what informed my human resource, ability to conduct research and manage the data. Thank you.
So, Maif, we should move from being a general or being the soldier.
Otherwise, Maif had a lot of contribution towards that work, but they were in the acknowledgement section of the publication. Thank you.
Okay. I think we had a very good day. I don't know whether you still have questions, except I want to have the DVOs. Dr. Costain, I think the issue with using extension officers moves probably beyond just, you need to understand why it doesn't work, even if you give a manual. And I say this because in one of in the project SCDP, we did the work with the extension officers, and then we brought the guys to Kampala, gave them the training. This time it was on soil. And the results, I said, go back and tell the farmers their soil reports and activities. I said, look, and I gave them the reports also. They provided them with everything. They facilitated the guys to go and do the thing. Only 37% did the thing. And I wanted the DVS to say, tell us, what is the issue? How do we improve that? Because we want, in Maif, we are the, NFAS. And sometimes the discussion was, can we allow the exit officers to do this? And everybody said, that would be bogus data sets. And we had a lot of discussion on that. But exit officers in the sub-counties are probably the best, potentially blessed people to help us collect data. But the quality and all the things, the question that we can, what should we do? That's the question for you, the district guys.
Thank you, Chair. I think you have given half the answer.
Okay.
Now, when you call these extension workers to Kampala and you tell them to go to the field without involving their supervisor, that is what you expect. I'll give you a current situation now. It is in one of the districts, one of the big organizations in this country. The director calls the DVO. He wants contacts of all extension workers in the district, emails and what. Now this guy asks, what are you going to do with these guys without my involvement? So these people find they are in the sub-counties, but they need a whip, and that whip is the DVO. Otherwise, if you think you are going to call them and then you expect, because before they submit, personally, I cannot submit anything without COW sanctioning it. The same way, if you think you can deal with them at that level, then they will give you what you, what you deserve. Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Kakungulu is saying no, but yes, sir. Yes. Chihura, yes.
Yes, I think some of these programs, as you have been discussing the production systems,
Yes.
these production systems happen within the communities, and those communities are within the districts you have selected, where the project is being implemented. But many of these trainings you do, they are just a one-off. As you have heard that data collection is built, and inventory is built over time. You cannot do it a one-off. For you, you say 70% responded, but did you go to look out for the 30% and you complement and you make it fully 100%? So usually that gap remains because it is a one-off. You want data today, within a week, and that's all. You will never come back. But when capacity is built over time, the mindset changes and people will respond.
Okay. You want to say something? No, okay. I think, Dr. Zua, you're probably the last, so that we...
Thank you. I just have two submissions, but these relate on an aspect that Dr. Katongole presented about the expert judgment or expert opinion that we need to understand and fix most of these aspects that we need. For example, on the production system, and then also the dairy versus beef. Because the first observation that we agreed to, according to the guidelines of IPCC, is that Tier 2 is based on gross energy. Isn't it? Now, we need to have characterization of production systems enabling our MRV. And the characterization should really show the differences in the gross energy accessed by our animals. Otherwise, it may not be good to have, for example, 6 production systems for MRV when 4 of them animals have the same source of feed and energy. So it will still be like you have one system. So why do I labor to have so many systems when the source of energy is the same and there is no difference upstream, even when I categorize into dairy versus beef, into breed, indigenous versus exotic, into age of animals and so on, it is the same. So we need some expert judgment to guide us. This forum is one of them, but maybe we may not discuss and finalize this going on. But also even on the dairy versus beef, when we base only on liters of milk, I have found some farmers having Hereford under zero grazing, and it is giving them 8 liters of milk. So you as an expert, Ibra, when you reach this farm and you really see it is a Hereford, and it is giving 8 liters of milk, would you still say this farmer is having a beef or a dairy animal? This is where we need expert judgment, even to qualify our local animals to the specific category where they belong. So, thank you.
Okay.
So I've been, sorry, Ibra. Bernard says it's very clear. I think it's up to interpretation in some ways, but it's okay. I don't think it matters that much as long as the emissions are captured and as long as we're clear on the systems. Like, I don't know. For me, if we're clear what the system is, then we can say if it's dairy or beef on the following the IPCC guidelines, but I don't think we need to like now already have that discussion, because I think it's more of like, what are the main systems? Where are all the animals? What are the systems where actually there's money for interventions, or where people are not that risk alert and will put interventions in place, because that's another issue. There's one comment I wanted to give, but it hasn't been discussed because it's not as big of an issue here, I guess. But like in Europe and the US, you have a specialized system. So you either have a dairy or a beef system. Dual purpose has disappeared more out of these systems. But there's a lot of life cycle analysis that actually looks at dairy beef. And when you do, they do the accounting a little bit differently. But actually, if you use a cow and produce milk with it first, before you slaughter it, then that would be classified as dairy beef. From an emission standpoint per kilogram of protein that that animal is producing, so emission intensity through lifetime, it is a more efficient system than if you would just have a beef system. So if you replace beef with dairy beef, you're actually reducing emission intensity.
Okay. So, anyway, that takes us to Germany, and it's an efficient system. I don't know if you're ready to be there yet, but let us have this discussion either tomorrow or the next time, I think, when you have a clear way forward. And I think what we have here is what to do, and I think that is clear. And with that, I want Askodeng to come and send us off, but tomorrow, I just wanted to say this, tomorrow let us come early, begin at 9 sharp, so that we're able to, whatever we do, let us plan for the jam, so that we're here early. We begin the day early, and then, because we have a lot to discuss and to do and to prepare. Other than that, I want to thank you all for the open discussion, for your views, and for your patience with us, even when we delayed. Thank you.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Once again, thank you so much to all the presenters. Thank you so much for the preliminary. And this has been day well achieved. Discussion informative, giving us direction. The discussion has already highlighted for us key areas. And therefore, based on some outcomes of today, we want to adjust the program of tomorrow, that our team, the value chain of livestock, will first give us the packages that we have planned to implement from 9. So therefore, just like what Doctor said, we insist that we are starting exactly at 9. And tomorrow we want to end early, because I have to take a flight back like many other colleagues who are around. So therefore, we need to be here early, not like today. And all the discussants, we need to give our presentations to our media team, such that we all have a compilation within. So on that note, therefore, all the DVOs, selected DVOs that are here, immediately after this, please see me within here, because we have more discussion that we are going to have as the rest are going. Then two, the rest of the participants, want to wish you a blessed evening and a good night to all of us. However, after we move out, please don't just move. Watch on your shoulders, because His Excellency, the President, is not far within. He has a meeting within town, so he should be moving. And we have our officers and men that are around. So please, let's not be part of that. And on that note, therefore, I want to wish all of you a safe journey back home. And I want to conclude by saying the good Lord that brought us safely here takes us back home safely. In Jesus' name we've prayed.